night at the college darkroom to develop some film for my photography class. The photography building, once a tobacco warehouse, was a dark, rickety hulk near some lonely railroad tracks in a little travelled part of campus. I finished developing my film close to midnight and headed out, nervous as always to be alone at night in this deserted part of town. It was dark. Several of the streetlights around the parking lot were out, and the few that remained were phoning it in, putting out a weak flickery light that did nothing to reassure me as I headed towards my car. I heard him before I saw him. A scrape of feet on asphalt. He said, "Hey, can you do me a favour?" I startled and dropped my keys, and he mumbled an apology for scaring me. I noticed he was wearing a jogging suit, and was walking with a limp. "What do you need?" I asked. He hobbled a step or two towards me. "I think I sprained my ankle. Could you take me to the emergency room?" The university hospital was a short distance down the road. I hesitated. The guy looked perfectly pleasant, and he did seem to be in pain. But I had recently finished a book about a serial killer called Ted Bundy, who lured some of his victims by pretending to have a broken arm and asking for their help carrying books to his car. When they leaned over to put his stuff in the passenger seat of his VW Bug, he knocked them unconscious with a crowbar and stuffed them inside. This scene played across my mind as I looked at the guy. It also occurred to me to wonder why the hell anyone would want to jog in this creepy part of town. So I said, "I'm sorry, I can't do that, but I could call someone for you. There's a phone in the photography building there." "There's nobody to call. I just moved here. I don't really know anybody. Can't you just drive me? It's right down Limestone Avenue." He leaned against the car and winced as he reached down to rub his ankle. I offered to call an ambulance for him. "No, I can't afford that. I don't have health insurance. Can't you just drive me? I'll pay you $20. There was something in the way he said this last bit. Something wrong. Like that exercise in my acting class, where we had to recite "Mary Had a Little Lamb," as though we were delivering a tragic monologue or a furious rant. There was a tone rising up that didn't quite match the words he was saying. A raw urgency that reached down inside me and hit the panic button hard. There was a moment of silence between us. "I can't help you," I said. "I'm leaving." I gripped my keys, slipped them between my fingers the way my mum had taught me, so I could use them as a weapon if he came at me. I kept my eyes on him as I speed walked the last few feet to my car. He watched me drive away, still leaning against the car, a flat expression on his face. Away from the dark parking lot, driving through campus with my music turned on, the fear faded. I started to feel a little guilty for leaving the guy there, although I knew I'd done the thing that my mum and dad would have wanted me to do. I was about to turn into my dorm parking lot when I realised I needed to pick up some stuff for my breakfast the next morning, so I turned around and headed back in the direction I'd come. About a minute down the road, my stomach clenched. There was the guy in the jogging suit, running along the sidewalk. His ankle was perfectly fine. Later that summer, 2 students at my college were attacked by those same railroad tracks. The girl survived, but her boyfriend died. The man who attacked them was a serial killer, dubbed the Railroad Killer by the police. He murdered dozens of people across several states, most of them near railroad tracks. I didn't see his mugshot on TV until years later, but the picture broke me out in the same icy sweat I felt when I saw that guy running down the street. I can't be 100% positive, but my gut tells me I escaped a serial killer that night. Number 2. When I was around 7 years old, my parents would always take me to a local grocery store and always ignore my complaints on how boring the trip was. Since there was nothing that caught my eye during these trips, I would always sit in those grocery carts and play with toys that I brought from home, while my parents went to different aisles to gather all the groceries they needed. Obviously, it was not a smart idea to leave your 7-year-old alone in a grocery cart in the first place, but I was a very obedient child, and that part of town had a peaceful and friendly atmosphere to it. Having my parents out of sight made me anxious at first, but I slowly grew accustomed to it once I realized that they would always come back after a few minutes. I just had to wait patiently. One day, my parents left me on the cart, and didn't come back for quite a while. Now, this would usually be the time when I would call for my parents to come back, but they bought me a Game Boy Advance a few days back, so I was too engrossed in whatever I was playing to even realize how many minutes had passed. While I was waiting for my parents, a woman who I've never seen before in my life seemed to notice that I was alone, and decided to approach the cart. She lightly tapped my shoulder to get my attention away from my game, which jolted me out of my trance. When I looked up at the woman, her face immediately formed into a huge grin, but I could tell it wasn't genuine. She began to ask me random questions, and tried to keep a conversation, but I refused to speak. I was a very shy child and always hated talking to adults who weren't my parents. "What's your name, sweetie?" Silence. "Aren't you bored sitting in that cart alone?" More silence. "Where are your parents?" Again, silence. I never felt like I was in danger while the lady talked my ear off, because there had been many instances in the past where friends of my parents who live around the area would spot me in the cart. They'd wait with me and also try to make small talk with me until one of my parents would come back, which would inevitably lead to another very long and boring hour or so in the middle of the grocery store. The woman eventually gave up making small talk and began to push the cart and said, "Why don't we look for your parents together?" Again, I didn't say anything, since I assumed she was just one of the millions of friends my father and mother had. We were near the market doors when I noticed my father inside an aisle, carrying a bunch of items. I called out to him and said something along the lines of, "Dad, your friend wants to see you." When my dad looked up to where I was, his face paled when he saw the situation I was in, and just dropped everything he had in his arms and tried to rush over to the cart, shouting my name. The woman, at this point, began freaking out, and began to push the cart even faster. We were just outside of the store, and about halfway into the parking lot, when she realized she couldn't outrun my dad if she kept pushing the cart. In a complete panic, she let go of the cart and jumped into a car with a male driver, before speeding off. It was obvious that she didn't give a shit for my safety. Now, here I was, a 7-year-old in a shopping cart, screaming bloody murder as it rolled onto the street. I'm guessing there was a dent or something on the road, because the cart then fell over onto its side, which gave me massive scrapes and bruises to the left side of my body. Seconds later, I hear my dad swearing and quickly picking me up off the road, cradling me in his arms as I continued wailing. Cops were called, and my dad gave them a statement. Unfortunately, he couldn't get the license plate of the car, because when he saw me fall on the street, he ran over to me with full force, not even realizing the woman escaped with her companion. I had to get a few stitches and had a limp for a few days, but other than that, I was okay. Needless to say, my parents never took me to their boring grocery trips ever again. Number 3. This is only brief, but it scared me for a long time. I used to live in a very isolated, rural town with a population of approximately 120 people, and, as expected, I knew everyone there. My best friend and I were your typical benign teenage delinquents, and our favourite game at the time was an activity we referred to as Dead Fred. We would stuff a full-length wetsuit with newspaper, dress it in long sleeves and jeans, and leave it lying in the middle of our street at nighttime. Meanwhile, we would hide in a bush and laugh and muse over the varied reactions of those who came across the scene. One night, a car seemingly didn't even notice dead Fred, and drove right over him at high speed. The driver screeched to a stop about 50 meters away, and got out of the car. I recognized him. It was a close friend's dad, a recently retired accountant who I knew well, and had been my rugby coach for the last few seasons. He looked unstable, possibly shaken, but likely drunk. Drink driving was quite common in such a small country town. Without much hesitation, he pulled a rifle from the boot of his car, fired several shots at the corpse from afar, and drove away. My friend and I kept this to ourselves, and as far as I know, we're the only two who know. The driver remained a close family friend, continued to coach me in rugby, and has since had grandchildren. I still see him when I go home for holidays. As far as I know, he never fessed up to the incident, and carried on for the next 23 years, as if nothing had happened. Yes, it was a dangerous game, and I was a dumb teenager. However, Fred was in plain sight. This guy wasn't paying attention to where he was going, and he chose to fucking shoot the thing without even checking on it. I'm not defending myself or denigrating him. I'm just telling you what happened. A man I know well basically appears to have had no problem killing someone and pretending nothing ever happened. Number 4. This is a memory I've tried to block out, but the other day, when my siblings and I were talking about funny stuff my dad did when he was alive, and how humorously absent-minded he was as a parent, this long-forgotten memory came back to me, and I can't stop thinking about it. When I was about 4 years old, I had a playground fall that resulted in a serious cut on the back of my head that required stitches. A few weeks later, my dad took me back to the doctors to have them removed. I was very brave and sat very still for the doctor, unlike the huge fuss I'd made when they put them in. So, as a reward, my dad got me an ice cream and took me to the beach for a paddle. It was a very small Australian town, and the beach was quite secluded. Even though it was the middle of summer, there were only a handful of slightly older children swimming. Mind you, without their parents. My dad walked me down to the water's edge, and warned me sternly to stay in the shallow water, and not to go any deeper than my knees. Then he disappeared, I imagine to use a public restroom or something. I know that sounds bad, but he wasn't a bad father. As I mentioned before, he could just be a bit irresponsible and absent-minded at times, but he meant well. It drove my mum insane. There was an older boy there, about 10 years old, possibly older. He was paddling around a few meters away, but slowly came closer, leaving the other children. Then he called out to me. I remember he had blonde hair and was smiling brightly. He asked me about my name and my age. I answered, also filling him in on the little important details about my trip to the doctors that morning. I emphasized that I had been very brave to try and impress him. My story seemed to amuse him, and he asked me why I didn't come out and swim a little deeper. I explained to him that I wasn't allowed to go past my knees until my dad came back, because I couldn't swim very well yet, and I'd get into trouble. He assured me that I couldn't possibly get into trouble if he was teaching me how to swim, and besides, my dad wouldn't see because he wasn't there. When I was still hesitant, he added, "Are you scared? I thought you were brave." So, I followed him out until my feet couldn't touch the bottom, and he immediately held me under. I'm getting angry and upset just thinking about this. I struggled, but he was more than twice my age and size. I realize now, he had taken me out willingly, so the other kids wouldn't know what he was up to. Drowning an unattended, young child really is the perfect crime, because you could very easily pass that off as an accident. Probably only moments before I lost consciousness, the boy abruptly let me go, and my dad lifted me out of the water. I can still see the look of bewilderment, mixed with fear and rage on my dad's face. Then for what seemed like a very long time, he patted my back while I screamed, sobbed, and coughed all over his shoulder. By the time that I had settled and my father was satisfied that I was okay, the boy and the other kids were long gone, although my dad still went driving around looking for them. Had that kid stuck around, I'm certain my father would have killed him. To answer a few questions, as far as I know, my dad never found out about who the boy was, and shortly after this, we moved towns. I don't know if he ever went to the police or not. I can't be certain. All I know is that he never told my mum about the incident, probably because she would have lost her shit at knowing that he left me alone. Also, for those of you who asked, I really do feel like that kid seriously meant to kill me. There was something malicious about the way he tightened his hold when I struggled. It felt like he was determined, and not mucking about. So determined, in fact, he didn't even see my father coming. Number 5. This is my great-grandmother's story. She passed away in 2005, at the ripe old age of 103. This story is family folklore. But, unlike most family folklores, which have been exaggerated with time, this one is 100% true. This story takes place in the year 1912, in a little Iowa farming community named Villisca. One summer day, my great-grandmother was asked if she would like to stay overnight at her friend's house with 2 other girls. When my great-grandmother asked her parents if she could attend the sleepover, she was told that she couldn't, as there was too much housework that needed to be done, but that she could go over the next day after her morning chores had been completed. The next morning, my great-grandmother's friend, her siblings, her parents, and the 2 other guests who were staying overnight were found murdered. The police discovered that all 8 people had been bludgeoned to death. The murder weapon, an axe, was left in the house. The murder has never been solved. To this day, my family's unofficial motto is "Saved by chores." And yes, this story is used in my family to scare children into completing their housework. Note: in the description below, you can find a link to a webpage which details the murders. Hi guys, Lazy Masquerade here. Hope you enjoyed the video. My laptop's finally been fixed, so my special thank you Q&A will be coming very shortly. Make sure to check out Anthony's artwork as well via the links in the description. Personally, I think he's outdone himself with this recent thumbnail. It's very unsettling, the pig man. Make sure to follow me on Twitter to vote on what you'd like to see in the next episode on Tuesday. Join the Lazy Legion by subscribing, keep sending me your own scary stories to be featured in future episodes, and you'll hear from me again very soon. Until the next video guys, stay spooky. And remember, the best things happen in the dark. Over 10 years ago, I used to live in a peninsula in Norway. It was idyllic actually, as we, my sister, my mum and I, lived within walking distance of a beach. We had a short and incredibly narrow driveway that led to the house, and the only window in the house facing the driveway was my bedroom window.
I was about 9 or 10 at the time when the incident happened. I was in the living room watching a show on Jetix. I think it was around 6 or 7 PM, as it got dark pretty fast at this time of year. I had been sitting there for hours when my mother told me to go to the bedroom and watch TV as we were having guests over soon. I grabbed my things and went inside my room. I remember the room felt really cold, so I turned on the heater and went back out to the living room to get some candy or something like that. On my way out of the door, a sudden feeling of dread washed over me, and I had this feeling that someone had been watching me. I don't know how to explain this feeling, but it was as if I subconsciously could see someone outside my window from the corner of my eye, but didn't really realize it until I grabbed the door handle. I turned around quickly and glanced at the window. Nothing. I felt really stupid and brushed it off as me just being paranoid or dramatic. I got my candy and went back into my room. The first thing I noticed was that my bedroom window had been slightly opened, and I don't remember opening it. I figured maybe my mum did it. Suddenly I heard some sort of scratching from outside my window, and this time I froze still. I couldn't process what was going on. There was a person outside my window. His face was glued to the glass, and he was holding his hands on each side to get a better look inside my room. As the window was quite far up when standing outside, I could only see his head. For a brief second, I thought maybe he was one of the guests that my mum was talking about, but I had never seen him in my entire life. He was just staring at me. I couldn't move, or maybe I could, but I didn't want to. I was just too scared. He looked like he was in his 40s, and I remember him having really dark circles under his eyes. He just stood there for what felt like an eternity, and then suddenly widened his eyes and continued to stare. This scared the crap out of me, and I managed to shout, "Mum!" The man panicked and disappeared quickly. As I was in the middle of telling my mum that this man was standing outside my window, our doorbell rang. My mum answered the door and wouldn't let me out into the hallway to see who it was. I just remember her looking really uneasy when she came back. A few months later, the same man was arrested and charged with murder after his neighbour complained about a horrific smell coming from his apartment. The police discovered the decomposing body of a 13-year-old girl in the attic who had been murdered by him. She was last seen in her bedroom and had been missing for several days. After all these years, my mum told me what the man said at the door. He told her that someone had ordered takeout and he wanted to check if it was the right address. This being a small peninsula, she recognised him from a small vegetable shop and realised he was lying. She got scared and quickly told him that no one had ordered anything. A year later, we moved to the city, and only now I fully understand why. I truly believe that if my mum had not been there, I would not be alive today. Sometimes I feel guilty for the girl's death, and wonder if she would still be alive and well today if I had been taken instead. Update. The user found an article about the case, but since it's in Norwegian, he has linked a picture to the person instead. The girl in the picture is the victim. Amanda is my brother's girlfriend. At the time of this story, she was looking for her first apartment and moving out from her parents' house. Her and my brother didn't want to move in together since they had only been dating for a few months. She opted instead to search for a roommate online. Browsing Craigslist, she found an ad titled something like "Roommate Wanted, Females Only." This sort of thing was common since the area she was looking in was mostly young professionals. The listing was for a room in a house for about $225 a month, which was quite cheap compared to most places listed. The occupant listed herself as a 23-year-old college student that wasn't comfortable with living with any males. The other roommate would have their own room and attached bathroom. So far, Amanda was into this place. However, the listing only had a single photo from outside the property. Amanda sent an email wanting to meet the occupant and tour the house. Within 30 minutes, she received an email back with all the details in time to stop by. The girl worked late hours and wanted Amanda to stop by at 8 PM. When Amanda arrives, there is a handwritten note on the door saying, "Door broken, use back door." Walking around the house, it looks nice but slightly unkempt. Tall grass, weeds, dusty windows, etc. Still no alarms for Amanda though. When she knocks on the back door, an older man opens the door. At first, Amanda thinks she has the wrong place, but the man reassures her and says that the occupant was out, and he was the landlord. The occupant asked him to meet Amanda since she was working late. He seemed pleasant and offered to show her around. Alarms start going off, but aren't at red alert yet. First, the guy was clearly in his 40s, unshaven, and looked like he lived in his car. Also, only the kitchen light was on. As they walked around the house, Amanda noticed one huge red flag. No furniture. Nothing. The landlord was polite about answering questions, but seemed irritable to keeping lights on for too long, rushing her around and only letting her look at her room for a few moments. There was a single room that the landlord wouldn't open, telling her that it was the occupant's room and he didn't want to invade her privacy. As they walk down the hallway into the living room, she notices the front door has a plank nailed across it. Amanda's creepometer is starting to ding, so she decides to wrap up the walkthrough and leave, but trying to be polite about it. As she's giving the guy her "thanks for showing me around" bit, he perks up and states that he forgot to show her the basement. It's recently furnished and would be a great rec room, and she should take a look down there. At the time, Amanda and the landlord are standing in the small hallway between the front living room and the back kitchen. In this little hallway was the basement door. When he opens the door, it opens outward to create something of a barrier between Amanda and the back door. The basement is pitch black. He smiles, motions down the stairs, and says, "Ladies first." What happens next is nothing more than a stroke of luck. Amanda got a text just as some random guy parks in front of the house. Thinking on her feet, she pretends it's a phone call and answers the phone. "Hey, yeah, are you here? I'll come out from around the back and let you in. It's great, you have to see it." With a motion of confidence, she excuses herself around the landlord and walks out of the back door. She says the guy just looked at her like he was confused. Once outside, she sprinted to her car and sped like hell out of there. When Amanda got home, she told her mother and my brother everything. Cops were called, and they took her statement and went to investigate. The Craigslist post had been removed. Epilogue. The house had been foreclosed over 6 months earlier, and the property had been abandoned. When the police investigated, they found that the closed room the landlord didn't want her to look in was where the man had been staying. There was a pile of old, dirty blankets, rotten food, and empty gallon jugs everywhere. More creepy was he had plastered ripped up pages from porno mags all over the walls. The really scary part of this was the basement. The man had tied a thin piece of fishing twine at about shin level across the stairs about halfway down. The basement was empty, except for a pile of old blankets, a broom handle wrapped in leather belts, and a small box with a few rolls of assorted tape. Amanda ended up not moving in. Junior year of high school, my parents got a job offer out of state, and so I was forced to move across the country. I started a new school late into the academic year, and had a hard time fitting into the new school. All I wanted was to make a friend, but was too shy to talk to anyone. It was around this time that my friends left MySpace to join Facebook, so I did the same to keep close with them. Some days later, I received a friend request from David. David was a guy that I had been friends with in my old town. Well, he wasn't exactly my friend, but rather the friend of another friend. My friend Jerry had introduced him to the group, and would bring him along every time we'd all hang out. We knew that David was a year older than us, and that he had gone to a different school, but other than that, we really didn't know anything about him. In fact, we kinda always referred to him as Jerry's friend, because he never actually bothered talking to us. So when I received a friend request from him on Facebook, I was more than confused. He had hardly spoken to me when I lived near him, so for him to want to be friends with me after all this time seemed a little strange. But I was so lonely and desperate for friends that I didn't care. Other than that, nothing really seemed off about him, at least not for a time. Looking back, I do remember that he hardly had any pictures or friends when I first accepted his request, but like I said, this was around the time that people had just started using Facebook, so it didn't seem at all weird for him to have such a barren profile. And over the years, his friends list got bigger, even more so than mine, so I didn't really think anything of it. But anyway, I digress. I accepted his friend request, and it was just like this that David and I became friends. He told me that he just started university and that he was lonely because he was too shy to make friends. I told him that I was having a hard time in my new school for the same reasons, and we bonded over that. Little by little, we started talking more. He shared his problems with me, and I shared mine with him. And when it was time for me to apply to university, he even helped me out. He taught me how to sign up for my SATs, ACTs, helped me apply to scholarships, and even paid for one of my application fees using a Visa gift card, so I didn't receive any of his personal information, and he didn't receive any of mine. Then, when I finally started university, he helped me with that as well. He told me where to buy books, gave me studying tips, provided emotional support. So when he asked for my phone number, I didn't even hesitate to give it to him. David was my friend, and I wanted to keep him close, even if we were physically away from each other. It was around this time that David started sharing more of his life with me. And all of it was pretty normal stuff. He had a job at Pizza Hut, which he hated but needed to keep in order to pay the bills. He also played soccer, but not for his university or anything. It was just a group of guys that got together on the weekends to unwind. I think the biggest thing he told me was that he had flunked out of university, and that I was the only one that knew about this, because he was too embarrassed to tell anyone else. And at one point, he also had to move back in with his mum, which he hated a lot. 2, maybe 3 years into our friendship, my family decides to take a trip back to the city where we all lived, prior to moving across the country, and I excitedly told him, and all my other high school friends. Most of them were pretty excited about the idea of us all hanging out together again, because after high school, we had all just gone our different ways. But when I contacted David about this, he seemed to show little interest in hanging out with us. I thought this was weird. You know, I wasn't a stranger that he met online, but rather someone that had been in his life for many years. I kept insisting and asking for a reason, and then he finally gave me one. He told me that his pictures had been heavily edited, and that he was afraid of disappointing me if we met in real life. I told him that it didn't matter what he looked like, and that I just wanted to meet him. But he still didn't want to hang out. Instead, he just started being a huge dick to me. He knew exactly what buttons to push, knew all of my insecurities and secrets, and had started using all of that knowledge to hurt me, so I just stopped talking to him. Some weeks later, I meet my friends as planned, and much to my surprise, I see David there, looking just like he did in his pictures. I didn't understand why he lied about photoshopping his pictures, or why he had said he didn't want to meet me only for him to show up at our friend's house. But I was so angry at him that I didn't ask any questions. I just kept waiting for an apology, but David wouldn't approach me. He was treating me like he treated me back when we were in high school. I was really upset, but given that he had been such a huge dick to me, I just figured that this was just another attempt to get under my skin. We were all drinking and talking about what we were up to, and when it was his time to share, he pretty much just said the same things I already knew about him. He said that he wished that he was still in university like the rest of us, but that he had flunked out, and that he was just living with his mum. Said that he was miserable there, and that he wanted to move out, but that his job at Pizza Hut wasn't paying him enough for him to move out on his own. At this point though, I was already pretty pissed off, and the alcohol had given me enough courage to finally ask him why he'd been ignoring me. He apologized, but he admitted that he hardly remembered me, which hurt my feelings but also pissed me off even more. I told him about Facebook, and about our text messages, and he just kept insisting that he didn't use Facebook. Apparently he had used MySpace at one point, but stopped using that when he'd switched over to Tumblr. A Facebook account was something that he hadn't even considered making. I asked him about the text messages, and he just said that I probably confused him with another David because he had never had my number. I thought that denying it was a lousy excuse, but Jerry backed him, which pissed me off even more. The thing though was that David hadn't just been talking to me on Facebook, but also to a bunch of us. So when we kept calling him out on his shit, he just told us to text this David guy to prove that it wasn't him. He set up his phone on the table, and I texted him, but no messages appeared on his phone. Then while we were all arguing about how we needed to give it some time, the David that I had been talking to for years responded, proving that we had been talking to a fake all along. Things turned pretty awkward at this point, with all of us feeling angry and betrayed, and David obviously feeling extremely violated. So, with all of us wanting answers, we open up our friend's laptop and search for David's profile on Facebook. The first thing that David points out is that whoever this was, they were using his mother's maiden name and not his real last name. And that while most people on his friends list were people that he knew in real life, none of them were people that he had kept in contact with. His display picture was also of a dog, which he owned years ago, but that had since died, just like the fake David had told me. All measures that, looking back, I'm guessing were used by this person to keep David's close friends from actually finding him on Facebook. The older pictures on Facebook had been taken from his MySpace, back when he had still been using that, but most of the newer ones had been taken from his Tumblr, which he apparently uploaded pretty often. The weirdest thing though, was that there were some pictures he swore he had never seen before. These were all pictures of his soccer games, taken from the audience, which the fake David had said his brother had taken. The real David said his brother never went to these games, neither did any of his family members or friends. Further exploring his fake profile, David pointed out that while a bunch of status updates were of things that had never actually happened, a lot of them were accurate. Whoever this person was, they had been watching David for a long time. They knew his schedule, knew what movies he went to, knew what ice cream flavors he liked, knew his favorite bands, knew practically everything about him. We did confront the fake David, but he never answered the text messages and instead deleted the profile before we had the chance to examine it any further. So we never did get any answers. I don't know why that person pretended to be David for such a long time, or why they even did it in the first place. All I know is that I felt extremely violated for having shared so many private details of my life with him. And of course, I also felt a great deal of pity for the real David. I wondered for the longest time how this person found him, and how they managed to learn so many private details of his life. Then, a few months back, my mother calls me, saying that she found a profile with her name, but with my pictures on it. My middle name is my mum's first name, something that very few people know. She thought that I had made a second profile, and I didn't tell her the truth, because I didn't want to scare her, but truth was, I didn't even know that profile existed. I've always kept Facebook set to private, and I no longer accept random friend requests, nor do I post pictures anywhere else, so this profile only had really old pictures of me, and nothing weird like David's soccer game pictures, but it was still active, and had been active for a while. None of my friends were people that I know, and none of the updates were of things that I'd actually been doing in real life. So I don't know if the profile belonged to the same person that stalked David, but I'm extremely average looking, so I don't know why anyone else would want to use pictures of me when there are way prettier girls online. So I'm guessing it had to be him. I don't know. I just reported the profile, and it no longer exists. But I wonder if this person is still pretending to be me, or if they've moved on to somebody else. It's funny how things process differently when you're young. It took a couple of years to sink in how creepy my situation was. Back in 5th grade, my buddies and I used to play with airsoft guns, and have our little deathmatch battles up on the hills behind our houses. We all grew up in a safe, affluent, suburban neighbourhood, and would regularly explore and play. One summer evening, approaching dusk, we started our match and split into our 2 teams of 4. My friend Tegan and I stayed together, and ran up the hill a bit, to a concrete water runoff. This proved to be a great spot to hide and overlook the action from above. While up at our post, Tegan made it apparent to me that a man was watching, and began descending towards us from high up on the hill. At this point we weren't alarmed, just curious. The man approached through the tall brush, and jumped the fence to where we were stationed. He looked pretty normal from what I recall, albeit his clothes were a tad dirty. The man approached my friend Tegan, immediately grabbed his arm and pulled out a syringe. The man looked at us both, and calmly said, "If I poke you with this, the snakes won't bite." For a moment, Tegan and I were very confused. We both had this kid, we trust adults kind of mindset, that was quickly challenged by this man. From what I recall, we pretty quickly understood that this wasn't right, and we started yelling, and I began to shoot my airsoft gun in the air. Our friends came out of hiding and saw us up on the hill. The man obviously realized all these kids have weapons, and immediately took off back in the direction he came. I remember us all laughing about it, finishing our airsoft match, and then proceeding to go home and tell our parents. This then led to school announcements, a section in the local newspaper, and neighborhood watch signs. They never found the guy. My boyfriend's mum is 43 now. So the other day, we were talking about inexplicable events when she started telling me about her best friend in high school. When they were about 17 or 18 and were finishing up their last year of high school, a bunch of scholarships abroad had come out. Living on a small island in the South Pacific, opportunities to study abroad were hard to come by, and being a smart girl, naturally her best friend applied. A few months later, she received the call that she'd received a full scholarship, inclusive of allowance and accommodation. She received an official letter, contact details. The parents spoke to a lady on the phone who explained the whole process to them. All she had to do was sort out her visa, pay her airfare, and she was set to go. Someone would meet her at the airport and make sure that she settled in. It was an opportunity of a lifetime. D-Day arrives, and she's off on her new adventure. The best friend gets on the plane, promises to call them as soon as she gets access to a phone. She never called home. They tried contacting the lady they'd been speaking to over the phone. The number didn't work anymore. The family contacted the university she had received the scholarship to. They had never heard of this girl. She wasn't enrolled in any classes. There weren't even any scholarships available for this country. And that was the last anyone ever heard from her. This happened last year while I was broke and struggling to make ends meet. I had just moved out and didn't want to resort to going back to my parents. Anyways, I was so desperate I was looking on Craigslist for caregiver, housekeeping type gigs just to make quick cash while I looked for a full-time position. After responding to several, I got a bite back from a man who had advertised as a disabled man who needed help with his morning and evening routines since he had a bad back. As a past caregiver, I thought nothing of his request to help with bathing and dressing, since I knew it could be difficult for some. After chatting on the phone and coming to the conclusion he was a nice and normal guy, I proceeded to head over to his townhouse late one night to help him with his nighttime routine. He lived a bit out of the way from me, but I was desperate and didn't mind. He even said I could spend the night, since he needed me in the morning anyway. Once I got there, he was a decent looking man in his late 30s or early 40s with a cane. He paid me $200 up front for the expected nighttime and morning routine the next day. He explained he was ex-military and had a back surgery recently. Things started to get weird once he offered me some wine and commented on how cute that he thought I was. I should have seen this as a big red flag, but again I was super poor, but I didn't want to cheat him, so I gave him the benefit of the doubt. He then led me to his bedroom, where he got undressed for his evening shower. I was horrified, since I saw that he already had a giant erection and wanted me to lather him up. He asked if I wanted to take my clothes off, and I declined. He responded respectfully. However, he did touch my butt when I bent over to pick something up for him. I should have ran out right then and there, but I was waiting for the right moment. After quickly giving him the most unsexy shower that I could, in the most platonic way, he got out and said he was heading to bed, but didn't want to wear any clothes. The guest room where I was staying was right next to his, and though I was tired, I was still pretty on edge. My gut instinct was telling me to get the hell out of there. The issue was, we were on a 3-story townhouse, and we were on the top floor, and he had installed baby gates on each floor so his cat wouldn't run away. Also, he had turned off all the lights on the lower floors, so it was pitch black. In order for me to get out, I'd have to pass his room. I quietly arranged my stuff in my purse while I heard his TV blaring, and to my horror, I saw him walk swiftly to his bathroom without his cane. I realized he was not as disabled as he had told me, since he had previously put on an act as if he couldn't walk without it. He also still had his hard-on, and was holding a giant bottle of lotion. As quickly and quietly as I could, I fled and ran like hell out of the room while he was in the bathroom, and jumped like an Olympic sprinter over the cat gates down the dark stairs. As I threw the front door open to my car, I heard his house alarm go off. I got into my car as fast as lightning, heart beating like crazy. I immediately got phone calls from his number, and every car that trailed me had me terrified until I got out of there. Finally, after a 2-hour drive, I was back to my place and grateful I was out of there. Who knows what might have happened if I had stayed overnight, but I didn't want to stay to find out. If you enjoyed this video, please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. And remember, the best things happen in the dark. During the midsummer, usually around the middle of July, me and a few of my good friends, Ryan, Kevin and Tommy, always made time to go up to Kev's family cabin, located on the Vermilion Lake, way up north in the forest of Minnesota. Throughout all of our young years, we would always go there, accompanied by Kevin's dad, and sometimes a few of our dads as well. Once we were juniors in high school, we felt mature enough and old enough to go to the cabin on our own, finally without Kevin's dad, or any other adult supervision. My friend's cabin is very remote and very little, based upon a very large island. Other cabins were on the island, but the next one closest to us was a solid half away at least, which you could get to by taking a man-made path around the island. I want to mention that to get to my friend's cabin, you had to park on the gravel road on the opposite side of the island, and take his boat across the lake, about half a mile to reach the cabin. This lake's very huge. My mind always had a tendency to run around when I was sleeping there. The cabin was all on one level, with 2 bedrooms next to one another, a kitchen/living room connected, and a bathroom in the back of the cabin. There was always one window in each of the rooms we'd sleep in, with no curtains to them at all, so it was very easy to see outside to the woods and lake. And this is where my mind would run, as I always thought someone was peering in. They never were, of course. I had been to this cabin a dozen times throughout my lifespan, and nothing had ever happened, and the older I got, the easier it was to sleep. Now for the event. We usually stayed about a week, or 5 nights. On the 3rd night during the trip, when we were finally on our own, we'd set up a campfire and had been drinking beer all night. I don't condone drinking underage, but being the rebels we were, we happened to sneak some. We went out to his dock to gaze up at the magnificence of the stars and enjoy our buzz, when all of a sudden we heard something out of the water that sounds like a fish jumping out to catch a bug. We quickly looked out to the lake with curiosity, wondering where the splash came from. Thankfully the moon was out that night, which lit up the lake, otherwise it would be dark as black, as there were no city lights for miles upon miles. My one friend Ryan began to point out, saying, what the hell's that? After looking closely and finally spotting what he was looking at, the only way I can describe it is it simply looked like a head out in the middle of the lake, just floating about, staring directly at us. It was about 3/4 worth of a football field length out in the lake from the dock. There's no question that I could see its features. It had long black hair and very palish skin like a face, but I couldn't make out the eyes, mouth, nose or chin, as if it was just a blob of pale skin with long black hair over it. I'll never forget that feeling that came over me. The hairs on my legs, neck, arm, they all stood up, and I was paralysed on the inside, ready to leave that moment. But we told ourselves it was just a loon, as these birds were very popular night drifters on that lake, and do their hunting late, and also have black with white colours on their coats, and hunt by diving deep in the water. So it was possible that a loon all of a sudden popped up in the water after hunting a bit. Or at least that's what we tried to talk ourselves into. All of us having the creeps and noticing it wasn't moving one bit decided to go inside and drink more. I'd like to mention that there was a staircase outside my friend's cabin, about 8 stairs in length, down to the bottom where the fire pit was and the dock. We soon forgot about the head with the help of the beer, until I had to use the bathroom really bad, and the only one inside was preoccupied. I went outside to do my business, seeing as we were in the great outdoors. Whilst taking a pee and glancing at the beautiful moonlit lake, I noticed that that black circle object was still there, but about 30 yards closer now, still looking as if it was staring right at me. I could easily see the nose on the thing's face. Again, it was very pale, like it hadn't seen the sun for years. A very, very uneasy feeling came over me, and I immediately went inside to tell my other friends to come out and take a look. They all came outside to see it, still there, looking at us, as if this head was corked up at us, with its chin in the air. Nobody dared go out to the dock anymore, and we immediately went back inside. For a loon to stay out in the same spot for an hour or two made no sense to any of us. This head-like object was stiff as a board and not moving a single muscle, just staring at us from the deck instead. There was no ripple effect at all in the lake where this object was. We said it was just a log and went back in. I could tell all the others felt uneasy too. A few hours would pass. It was super late into the night at this point, and we knew we needed to sleep. Being my curious self, I looked back outside one more time, and the black object had completely vanished. I couldn't help but feel a tremendous sense of relief, thinking the log must have floated off, or just hit shore somewhere. There was no AC in the cabin, and we had to open the windows or else we'd fry in the middle of the summer. Me and Tommy slept in the living room, while my 2 other friends slept in 2 separate bedrooms with their doors open. Not being able to sleep, but keeping my eyes shut, I began to hear someone walking around at the bottom of the stairs to the cabin. I thought I was going to shit bricks. No question who or whatever I heard down there was on the deck, pacing back and forth as if it made the sound of a boot clicking on the wood. It was as if they weren't sure of what they were doing with themselves. It lasted for about 3 minutes. Wanting to whisper to my buddy, but frozen in fear, I just kept my eyes shut and my ears on full alert. The footsteps sounded like they took 2 rapid steps up the deck stairs all of a sudden, but then turned around and sounded like they were sprinting down onto the man-made path. After it sounded like the steps were long gone and a couple of minutes had passed, I woke up Tommy and asked if he heard the steps, both of us sitting up. I was startled to see my friend Ryan walking out of his room and saying, "We need to leave," a minute after these steps had vanished. He must have heard us talking, so he felt like he could come out as well. Something was very disturbing about his expression, and I asked why. He woke up my other friend Kevin in the other room and said, "Let's go, get to the boat, it's time to go." Asking him what the hell was wrong, he explained to us quickly while grabbing his stuff, and I'll never forget what he told us, and neither will my other friends. He said when he was turning sides on his bed to get more comfortable, he saw someone peeking in at the top right corner of the window, and it quickly shifted out of view. He said all he saw was one eye, pale white skin, and long black hair. When we look back at what he experienced, it chills us to the bone realizing that since the face was in the top right corner of the window, this thing was either 8 foot tall, standing on something like bricks trying to peek in, or it was floating. Ryan then continued to say, "Let's fucking go," very seriously. Absolutely disturbed the fuck out of our minds, and feeling like we were going to be sick, we all agreed and packed our stuff and booked it out of there. And as we headed down the stairs, we saw footprints in the dirt, heading off into the path, and all around the cabin. We picked up our step getting to the boat, not knowing what was around us or watching us. We threw our stuff on the boat, untied it, and sped off. I didn't even think about the head in the water anymore. My eyes were just glued on the island, trying to spot anything moving. But I saw nothing. When we finally got our stuff packed into the car, we hopped in and took off. After driving for about 10 miles, Ryan, who said he saw the person outside his window, all of a sudden broke down in the car, sobbing, saying, What was it, guys? What the fuck did I see? We called our parents to tell them what happened on the way back, and that Ryan was really freaked out, and they told us to get home quickly and safely. It was late, about 4 or 5 in the morning, but no one slept and it was a very quiet ride home. My friend's dad, who owned the cabin, went up the following weekend and said he experienced nothing while there, but did mention footprints were still lingering about, which he thought odd because someone was walking around his property, which bugged him really badly. Whatever Ryan saw in the window really hit him hard. After his breakdown, he had trouble sleeping multiple nights, and ending up having to seek help for a couple of weeks. As time went by, he ended up being fine, but isn't too comfortable sleeping next to a window without a curtain. To this day, I can't explain what happened and why it seemed to happen to us, nor can I explain what I saw in the lake, or what Ryan specifically saw. Nothing has happened to the cabin since that night, so we're told by my friend's dad, who owns it. I personally decided to never go back to the cabin, which really makes me sad because I had great childhood memories there. Tommy and Kevin have both gone back and been fine, but Ryan refuses to go back as well, and I'm with him. A lot of people have cabins on this island, so it could have been a prank in the making that got busted when Ryan saw the person at the window. Or maybe the person possibly wanted to do something worse. I'll never be able to explain what was floating in the lake, but the fact that this incident, along with the footprints and the person that Ryan saw in the window, all happened in the same night, seems like something more than a coincidence.
It's 1986 and I'm 7 years old. It's a Friday and I know that my dad is going to collect me from school. You see, my nan would collect me from school on Mondays through Thursdays as my parents worked long hours and they would pick me up from my nan's house around 6 or 7 p.m. On Fridays, my dad would finish around 2 in the afternoon and collect me in his car. I loved Fridays after school. Me and my dad would drive straight home. I'd change into what my dad called my scruff kit, and then we'd grab Oscar, our dog, and take him for a walk in the park, which was 3 streets away. The park was a long rectangle, sort of hidden between the streets and behind houses. It had 2 entrances. The one we used, and what we called the back entrance, led onto a residential street, and the front entrance, which had a long driveway leading up to an old chapel, which was now a karate school. Sometimes cars would drive down there and use it as a safe place to turn around and head back onto the main road if they had missed a turn. The park had a long path running through it with trees on either side. To the left was a nice walkway with a garden full of all sorts of flowers growing there and benches to sit on and a few trees to climb. To the right was a decent-sized field with a fenced-off play area. This area was near the karate school and driveway. Sometimes when we were in the park, there would be a few other people either walking their dogs or playing football and kids playing in the play area. Sometimes it would just be quiet, not another soul around, just me, my dad, and Oscar walking through the park. This particular Friday afternoon was a quiet one. As soon as we entered the park, I checked to see if anyone was in the play area. When I saw that it was empty, I jumped at the chance to get on a swing before anyone else showed up. I told my dad that I was going to play on the swings, and before he could even answer me, I was already running up the field. My dad just called after me to be careful and said that he'd be over by the flowers. I got to the swings and must have been on them for no more than 10 minutes when I heard a car pull up from the driveway and turn around. My back was to the karate school, but I never bothered looking behind me. I heard a car door open, and I thought it was maybe the owner of the school opening up a little early. It was no big deal, so I just carried on swinging. I then heard the squeaky gate of the play area open up, and all of a sudden there's this woman standing behind me smiling. It was a closed smile. I stopped swinging as fast as I could. There was just something about her smile that made me feel uncomfortable. "Hello," she said, but I didn't answer her. I looked around to see where her kids were, and I realized that she didn't have any with her, which I thought was odd. I then looked behind her towards her car, and now I'm starting to feel panicked, and I'm not entirely sure why, but her driver's seat door was wide open and the engine was still running. It was a big car with a burnt orange color. It kind of reminded me of the type of cars from shows in the 70s. The woman then stepped in front of me, blocking my view of the car, and then spoke. "Are you here alone?" she asked. I answered her this time by saying something like, "I'm walking the dog with my dad and they're over there." I pointed behind me to the opposite side of the park where the flowers were, but something made me keep my eye contact with her. I didn't turn to point. I also realized that my dad may not be able to see me because of the trees along the path. I also wanted to keep an eye out on the car as best as I could, even though she was blocking me. The woman looked up in the direction and stretched her neck to exaggerate her action. "I don't see them, sweetheart. Perhaps your daddy forgot about you and went home. If you're lost, I can take you to the police station." I remember everything she said to me and how she pronounced her words, especially how she called me sweetheart. I still cringe to this day if anyone calls me that. She then took a step closer, still smiling at me, but this time it was an open smile, but it looked forced. At this point, Oscar came over to the gate and barked, and I heard my dad call his name, and he was close. The woman stopped smiling, and I looked up. I jumped from the swing and ran out to the gate, straight to my dad. I heard the woman run out of the gate and towards her car. My dad must have seen how scared I was, as he didn't even need to ask me anything. He just shouted after the woman and then ran after her. I then ran after my dad and caught up with him as he had stopped by the top of the driveway. I looked down to see the car turning left onto the road. I remember the look on my dad's face. It was a mixture of anger and fear, and I remember his fists. They were clenched so tight that his knuckles turned white. He picked me up, squeezed me tightly, and then carried me all the way home. My dad called the police, but no one came to take a statement as nothing had happened. Jump to 10 years later, and me, my dad, my mom, and a new brother and a new dog are walking through the same park on a Sunday afternoon. My brother asks if he can go out and play on the climbing frame as he can see a friend of his is there. My mom says that she will go with him. As they're walking off, I suddenly say to my dad, "Hey, do you remember that creepy lady?" My dad stopped mid-step and clenched his fists, and he had that mixed look of anger and fear again. Very slowly, he began to say, "There's something I've never told you about that day. When the car was driving off, there was a man in the back seat. He looked at me. He looked me square in the eyes and smiled. It was a horrid, spiteful smile, and it scared me. I knew right then that they were trying to take you, and he was letting me know how close they had gotten to doing so. That's why I didn't get the number plate. I just couldn't take my eyes off of him." We moved from that area a year later. God only knows what would have happened or could have happened to me that day if I didn't have any wits about me.
First, for those of you who don't know, a holler or hollow is another word for a dirt or gravel road. When I was about 10 or 11 years old, my dad was in a nearly fatal car accident, which really fucked up his back. He was in hospital for 2 months and had frequent doctor visits for almost a year after that. Because our family lived 45 minutes out in the country, and my dad had to go into town for his appointments, sometimes 2 to 3 times a week, we moved in with my paternal grandparents. They lived about 10 minutes from town, but across state lines, so obviously out of my school district. This meant I had to switch schools. This wasn't a big deal because I'd been to this school before when my parents temporarily split up. About a month after we're settled in is when my grandpa stopped driving my little sister and I down to the bus stop. Our mum was usually up and down all night with our little sister, who was only a few months old, so she didn't get up to drive us either. Our nana wouldn't drive in the dark unless it was an emergency, and our dad was disabled, so we had to walk. It was just down our holler, which was maybe an 8-minute walk. This didn't bother us, except for in the mornings because it was still dark when we left home, and we lived in a heavily wooded area. One morning my sister and I are walking to catch our bus. We were just reaching the end of the holler when a black SUV pulls in like a bat out of hell. The driver slams on the brake and the SUV comes to a stop about 15 feet in front of us. It happened so quickly that I didn't understand what was going on yet. So I just stood there for a long moment, confused. I didn't want to run and this end up being something innocent. My sister and I had come home before because we got scared of sounds in the woods, and we got scolded because my parents thought we just didn't want to go to school. So I didn't want to miss the bus unless I had to. I grabbed my little sister's hand when I heard the door click open. I could barely see because the guy had his brights on, but I was ready to run. He then walks around to the front of the SUV, and I can barely see that he's dressed in all black and has a ski mask on. He starts to run at us, just as I hear our buses a few stops away. It's far enough away though, that this guy has time to grab us and get away before the bus is even close. So I quickly picked up my sister and ran as fast as I possibly could back to the house. I looked back when I heard the bus stop. I guess the driver thought we were waiting in the vehicle or something. Just as the bus pulls in, the guy screeches back onto the road in the opposite direction he came from. Our mum called the police in the school, but nothing ever became of it. The police just told her to watch us more closely. Now that I'm an adult, it still bothers me. This was planned, and I know it. First, our holler is kind of hidden, so it wasn't just like some guy drove down the road and saw a couple of kids and decided to take them. The timing was perfect. He knew when we'd get to the end of the holler, and when the bus would arrive. He showed up in the gap of time when we were alone, and most vulnerable. And most obviously, he was dressed in all black and was wearing a ski mask. Not to mention he tried to grab us. I often wonder how long he'd been watching us, and learning our morning routine, while we were completely unaware. It makes me wonder if there's someone watching me now, and I don't know about it. So, creepy SUV guy, I'm not sure what your plans for us were, nor do I want to know. So let's not meet.
So, I work in the service industry, beauty, body, etc. A few years ago, there was a very strange, very creepy client we had who came in for a series of treatments, which meant me and 3 other girls would see him several times a week. He would come in for the latest appointment possible and bring weird books about lucid dreaming and strip down to nothing but a towel over his junk, even though his treatments didn't require him being nude. We all agreed that he was a complete weirdo, and after a few weeks we were free from his crazy ass. So, fast forward to this past winter. He calls in out of the blue and says he wants to start these treatments again. I begged my boss not to have him come in, but there really wasn't a reason not to have him. Plus, he was in his early 20s, a rich kid who spent all of his mom's money. As he was speaking to me over the phone, he remembered everything about me and began apologizing for being rude to me in the past, which he wasn't, he was just a freak. And he said that he had a huge crush on me and blah blah blah. For the first few treatments, my coworker would be with me, but after a few weeks she couldn't work that late anymore, so I was alone. He constantly tried to keep me in the room with him, first asking questions about the treatment, but then trying to pry into my personal life. He kept complimenting my body and looks, to which I politely said it wasn't appropriate, and he'd apologize. On more than one occasion, he was definitely high out of his mind, and not on weed, and would say the weirdest things. This all doesn't sound too bad, but if you could picture what a serial killer would have been like from the movies and TV, that was this guy. I'm not even joking, he was the scariest person I've ever met in my life. The day I finally had enough was this one day when he came in wearing a suit. During the treatment, he complimented me over and over, and then began asking me how I felt about women being raped and murder, and saying that women were horrible and such. I became increasingly nervous, and he would laugh and try to contain his laughter while talking about rape and murder. I can't even remember what he said because I was so scared I blanked everything. After his treatment was done, I immediately called him a cab. He would usually ask me to do it, but I did it way earlier than he would ever have asked me. Just before he left, he said, "I find it adorable that you're so vulnerable." And he stood there staring at me with, honestly, the coldest look in his eyes and a slight smirk. I literally almost started bawling my eyes out right in front of him. I could feel my heart racing and I was sweating profusely. Before he left, he said he forgot something in the room and stood there waiting for me to get it for him. If I had gone into that room, he could have easily followed behind me and blocked the doorway. I could have easily been trapped in there after 8 p.m. in the winter when it's very dark out. The streets around here are dead around that time, and the other tenants in this building always leave around 5 or 6. He just stood there, staring at me as I sat at my desk, literally clutching a pair of scissors away from his view, waiting for him to go in and get whatever it was he forgot. He grabbed the item and then asked me to help him clean up, to which I obviously said no and locked the door as he was gone. I watched him get into his cab and then ran to my car, literally crying the hardest I've ever cried in my adult life. He called for several days and tried to explain to my coworker that he thought he scared me and wanted to apologize. I never spoke to him and told my boss of what happened, to which she banned him from returning. I don't know if he would have actually attempted anything, but I think the fact that I called the cab earlier without him asking, he knew that someone would have been outside, so maybe that deterred him. So, weird, creepy potential serial killer, I hope we never, ever meet again.
This happened to my mum 3 years ago. Before I go on, a little backstory is necessary. I grew up in a small rural town. My family are apple growers. In fact, I'm the 7th generation of my family to grow up on the family orchard. Our property is located on a mountainside, and our orchards go all the way up from the main road to the edge of the thick woods that cover the mountain. My neighbours are my grandparents on one side, and my great aunt and uncle on the other. It all started on a sunny Saturday afternoon. As she usually does, my mum took her horse out for some exercise. She usually rides all the way up to the woods until she reaches the old scout's cabin, and then back down past the sugar shack. On this particular day, she chose to come down the path that borders my great uncle's property. There's a large pond there where a heron lives, among other creatures, and it's actually quite picturesque. As she looks towards the pond, however, she saw a hunched over figure shuffling along the trees. At first she thought it was probably John Boy. This was the affectionate nickname she gave to the old man who my family employed to help us around the farm. He was rather eccentric but harmless. Worrying he might be injured, she began to move toward him. As she got closer, she remembered that John Boy had left for the weekend, and that this couldn't possibly be him. She continued towards the figure, wondering if it was perhaps a lost hiker. That's when the figure emerged from the trees onto the path. It was a young man, but it was hard to give him an age because his face was covered with rags. He was bare-chested, and his pale skin was covered in scratches and sores. My mum yelled out to him, but he didn't respond. She continued towards him, but then suddenly stopped. In his hand, dragging behind him, was an axe. Around his waist was a rope tied to a duffel bag dragging behind him. She felt very threatened at this point, and the horse had become spooked as well. She took a bit more distance from him, and called out again. "Hey, are you alright?" Faint, incoherent grumblings came back as a reply. He wasn't even looking at her. She made a final attempt to make contact, but then he just started making a loud, guttural yell. She told him to get off the property, and directed him towards the main road. She rode back towards our house, intending to call the police. Halfway there, she realized that the path he was taking would lead him directly to my great-uncle's house. My great-aunt was an avid gardener and was out gardening that day. She turned the horse around and hightailed it to their house. Both my great-uncle and great-aunt were out on the porch, enjoying lemonade. She quickly told them what was going on and asked them to go inside, lock the doors, and call the police. My great-aunt did so, but not my great-uncle. No, not him. He just boldly declared, "I'm going to go talk to him." Before my mum could say anything, he was in his truck and driving up along the path. He intercepted him halfway up the path. He drove alongside him and rolled down his window. "Are you lost?" he asked. The young man didn't look at him, and instead kept shuffling down the path. My great-uncle repeated himself. "With Dad. In woods," was all my great-uncle could discern from the man's grumblings. "What's your name?" he then asked. "Dad always liked animals. Happy. With animals now. Better," was the response. There was something incredibly unsettling about the young man's responses. My great-uncle, now sufficiently spooked, directed him towards the main road as well and drove back. When he came back and told his story, the consensus was that there was probably a dead body in the woods. They called the police and waited. When the police arrived, the young man was nowhere to be found. They searched the woods, but luckily found no body. What they did find was still quite unsettling. They found multiple instances of hares and skunks, hacked to bits and half-eaten. They told my family to call them if anything further happened. The following week in the local paper, there was an article about a mentally disturbed young man who was found along the side of a highway near my town. He'd been missing for over 3 months and had run away from a halfway house, where, unbeknownst to his caregivers, he had stopped taking his medication. We never saw him again. But just in case, creepy Axeman, let's not meet. If you made it this far, then thank you so much for watching, and I really hope you enjoyed the video. I'd like to give a This sad, terrible story took place in the year 2003, when I was a 14 or 15-year-old girl, still living in my home country of Uruguay. My best friend at the time, who was the same age as me, was my neighbor, who lived with her mother and grandmother 3 houses down from mine. We had been friends since we were babies. We grew up together, went to the same school, moved in the same social circles, went on vacation together, shared clothes, CDs, food. We were basically sisters, our families were so close. Her mum, early 30s at the time, was a single mum working as a secretary. They didn't have it bad. Between her salary and her grandmother's pension, they lived comfortably and without any major setbacks. Her mum started seeing a foreign guy who was in the country for business. He claimed to be from Spain, but he had a funny accent, as if he was originally from Italy or some other non-Spanish speaking country. He was supposedly rich, despite staying in a rickety, dingy hotel. He would often show pictures of himself in a very luxurious residence. He said it was his house in Ibiza. Pictures of him driving a red sports car, a picture of him in front of the Eiffel Tower. How innocent we were. After about a month and a half or so of dating, my friend's mum said they were leaving the country in perhaps the next 6 or 7 months. She was in love with him, and he had promised her a life of luxury in Europe and everything was going to be perfect. The country they were moving to? Spain. Her and her daughter. The grandma couldn't come. At least not yet. She was supposed to meet them in the future after they'd settled in. This is where I come in. Since I was such good friends with Maritza, the guy had told Maritza's mum to bring me along for vacation, that it would be good for Maritza, make the transition easier, etc. I was, of course, thrilled. A month in Europe with my best friend who was moving away, and the idea of going over every summer and staying at her stepdad's mansion, it was a dream. My parents, of course, weren't so thrilled at first, but as they got to know him, they liked him, and eventually he won them over too. I even got a little job as a waitress at my uncle's restaurant, to help my parents with the plane ticket and other costs. We got my passport. We were ready to go. As the months went by, it became evident that I wasn't going to be able to go. The money I'd saved wasn't enough. It didn't even cover half of the ticket, and my parents couldn't come up with the rest of the money for the trip. A week or so before they left, the guy came to my house and talked to my parents. He offered to pay for my plane ticket. My parents politely declined. I was fuming. I swore I'd never talk to my parents again. I didn't come out of my room for days. Eventually I got over it, and when it was time to go to the airport and say goodbye to them, I did. We cried, we hugged, we promised each other that we'd meet up next summer. By then I'd have been able to save the money. They left. We never heard from them again. The days went by, and nothing. I remember the grandmother, the pain on her face, the night she went on without sleeping, home alone with her daughter and granddaughter, who was supposed to call her as soon as they arrived in Spain, and yet they never did. Eventually, they were reported as missing. Surprisingly enough, the guy had given out his real name the whole time. So the cops got involved, and it turns out that he had a huge record in Spain and Italy, and had been in jail for drugs, prostitution, kidnapping, extortion, and God knows what else. The police told their family that they were most likely sold into a human trafficking ring, and sadly, there were too many cases like it. There was nothing to do but wait. Last time anyone saw them or had any register of them was at the airport in Seville when they arrived. Nothing else. It breaks my heart, even to this day. And to think that if my parents had said yes, I wouldn't be here today. And that sends chills down my spine. Sometimes I look Maritza up on Facebook, in hopes that I'll find her. Maybe she regained back her life and her freedom. But nothing ever shows up. The grandmother died in 2013 too. Sadly, without ever seeing her daughter or granddaughter again. Number 2. I was about 25 and out drinking with a friend the night this started. We ended up talking to some woman at the pub most of the night and went back to their place. Just my luck, the woman I liked passed out on the couch, so I decided to walk home at 2:30 AM like an idiot. The city I live in is a decent size, with good and bad neighbourhoods. Unfortunately, I had to walk through one of the worst to get home, which was a few miles away. I only had about $10 to my name, so a cab wasn't happening. About halfway home, I pass a 24-hour adult novelty store, and of course my drunk brain decides it's a good idea to check it out. As I'm flipping through the latest issue of some smut mag, I notice they have an area with private booths showing videos. I really wish I'd never walked in there. I step into a dark booth and deposit some quarters. The screen comes on and there's a button to switch between different videos. To the side of the button, I see movement, so I look closer and it's a small hole, and I can see an eye looking at me. Immediately I got out of the booth and walked out, too embarrassed to tell the guy working. So I continue on my way home, a little grossed out, but glad I noticed the eye before it got a show. About 5 minutes of walking, and I get that feeling. I turn my head quick, and he freezes. He's across the street, about 100 feet behind me, but I can see him clearly from the streetlight. It was a guy. He looked to be in his mid-50s with shoulder-length grey hair and a long pale face with penetrating eyes. We stared at each other for a second, until I noticed he had something in his hand. His shoes. My first thought was, this guy's trying to sneak up on me, which pissed me off bad. I yelled "fuck you" in the deepest voice my vocal cords could muster, and he turned and walked back in the direction he came. My adrenaline was pumping at this point, and I was pretty scared, so I ran for a while until I was positive this guy was long gone. A little more walking and I'm finally home, safe in my bed. Something wakes me up, and the clock says 4:30 AM. A few seconds go by, and I hear it again, loud and clear. It's a cigarette lighter, right outside my first floor window. I laid there, wondering if this guy actually ran and followed me home. I didn't hear the lighter again, or anything else, but I stayed in bed, listening, until the sun came up. Once it was light outside, I looked out my window but saw nobody, so I grabbed a bat and went outside to have a look. The guy was gone, but he left me a note in the dirt, under my window. Just 2 words. Slice you. My apartment lease was up in a month, and I spent that month paranoid and hardly sleeping, but luckily I never saw him again. Once the lease was up, I moved across town, but I still wonder if I'll ever bump into him again. Number 3. On Saturday I got a call from a few friends about going to the mall. It was a stressful week at work, so I thought some retail therapy would definitely help. We shopped for the typical lady stuff like makeup, lingerie and shoes, before we decided on hitting the food hall for a spot of lunch. I gave the girls my order and told them I would come and find them, as I needed to use the restroom. The restrooms were at the end of a large and wide corridor. They were your typical mall type, with lots of stalls. Anyway, so I sat down to, well, you know. And I could see from the gap on the floor, between the wall of the stall and the floor, lots of movement from someone's shadow. I wasn't sure if they were getting changed or not, so I didn't pay much attention at first. But it felt like the shadow was coming from above me at some points,
You know, as if the light above were being obstructed by something. After maybe the third time, I decided to look up, and I could see a phone and parts of a guy's arm leaning over. Someone was taking photos of me. I instantly shouted, "What the fuck, you fucking pervert?" And in a moment of sheer shock and disbelief, this all quickly turned to fear as I got up and leapt out of the stall and was greeted by an empty bathroom. Not one person was in sight, and from the quick glance of the mirrors opposite, there was only one stall, shut. That was the one next to mine. I ran for the restroom exit, but it was locked. Luckily it had a twist lock that I could turn, and as I did, I heard a stall open from behind me. I got out immediately and turned as I exited, and noticed a sign on the door saying, "Closed for maintenance." This sign was not here when I went in. I screamed some more, shouting to get anyone's attention as I ran down the corridor towards the food hall and had obviously caught the attention of a few people. A group of 3 guys stopped me and could clearly see the panic in my eyes. They quizzed me and I explained. 2 of them ran towards the ladies' restroom and 1 went to find security. Security arrived within seconds. After a while, a rather large crowd had gathered due to the commotion, and although I was in the comfort of my friends, security, and now the police, I'd never felt more alone. Security, the police, the 2 guys, nobody found anyone. There was a few staff only and fire exit doors down the corridor, so plenty of escape routes for whoever this guy was to go through. I gave my statement down at the station later that day, once my parents showed up. The police said that they have security tapes from the CCTV cameras that point down the corridor, and will keep us updated with any news. Hopefully they find this guy. Number 4. I'm 23 years old, and as a child, my family and I would spend all 3 months of summer at my grandpa's huge farmhouse in Tirana, Albania, which is around 7 miles from the nearest town. Apart from an old computer, my grandparents have a complete lack of recent technology, so I often found myself exploring woods, taking long relaxing walks which I liked because it gave me time to think, and a lot of the time I went hunting with my dad and grandpa in search of coyotes and foxes which would kill our livestock. Just to be more clear, I'd been taught to shoot for years at this point, and I found myself to be quite a good shot. One particular day, it was around 1 PM. Bored out of my mind, I decided to take my grandpa's 2 German shepherds for a walk. Eventually we got to one of my favourite places, a crystal clear river, around 7 foot wide. Walking, I noticed a tall man on the other side of the river, with his back turned to me. He was wearing a pair of black jeans and a hoodie, which I found odd considering it's around 80 degrees this time of year. Even more concerning is that there's usually nobody around for at least a few miles. Despite this, I spoke to him and asked if he was lost or if he needed any directions. He ignored me completely, not even acknowledging I was there. I continued to walk and had eventually made some distance from this person. Then I heard him crossing the river and come across to the side I was standing on. I turned around to see him, just standing there, with his eyes wide open, almost as if he was surprised to see me. Trying not to think much of this, I continued walking, only to notice that he was following me at a slightly faster pace. I turned around and said, "Do you want something, sir?" I said this in confidence, simply because I had my grandpa's 2 dogs with me. He began to walk much faster towards me. Now I was genuinely scared. I knew nothing of this man, who he was, what he wanted, if he was armed, so I ran. To avoid leading him directly to my grandpa's farmhouse, I cut through a small woodland, at which point I thought I'd lost him and continued to make my way back home. I spoke nothing of this to my parents. That same night, I went ahead to my room and decided to call it a night. At around 2 PM, I was woken with the sound of leaves being stepped on right outside the sliding door to my room.
Slightly alarmed, I decided to not get worried, hoping it was just one of the dogs. So I lay back down, facing away from the door. A few seconds later, I saw this shadow creep up at my door. I was frozen in pure shock. Slowly turning around, I saw the figure of a man. I rushed to switch on the lamp by the side of my bed and quickly picked up my grandpa's old Carcano rifle. Trying to sound intimidating, I told the guy to get away in a rather squeamish voice. He stood there for a few seconds, and then quickly pushed my sliding door to the side. Knowing full well I didn't have it in me to shoot him, I screamed for my dad as loud as I could. He continued to stare at me until my dad barged the door open and he ran into the woodland. In anger, my dad took the rifle out of my hands and started shooting into the night in hopes of one of the rounds catching him. The next morning the police were called, but could do nothing about it apart from file a report. I didn't know if it was the man from the river or not, so again I ended up saying nothing. I thought if I did, I could get an innocent man arrested. Around 2 weeks later, I still hadn't gotten over what had happened. On that day's paper, we saw an article titled 18-year-old boy murdered in his sleep. I translated this as best as I could from Albanian. At the bottom of the article, there was a picture of the man I saw at the river, with the same surprised expression, as if he had no idea what was going on. My parents didn't let me fully read the article, knowing it would just make me feel worse. To this day, I feel two things. Regret that I didn't pull the trigger, and guilt, knowing that if I had, that boy would still be alive today. His figure still haunts me. Number 5. So, I work at a small McDonald's in an even smaller town in the south of the US, and I've encountered many strange people and seen some fucked up things so far, but I saw something today that I thought I'd never see, and I was shocked to see how many people didn't notice or didn't care about what was taking place right next to them. I was working behind the counter at around 7 PM, and we had lots of people in the lobby, a few children as well. I like kids, so I usually watch them play around in the lobby because they're really cute, but I got distracted by the large amount of customers we had to serve and ignored them for about 15 minutes. I looked back when I heard a man ask in a small voice, almost a whisper, "So, how old are you?" I turn around to see this extremely tall man with a shaven head and a red shirt talking to a little girl who looked to be about 5 or 6. He had a little boy around the same age on his shoulders who was giggling. They were beautiful children with blonde hair and blue eyes. I saw that they were happy and the guy seemed friendly, but something in my head was extremely worried. I was immediately suspicious, seeing as the kids weren't his. What grown man would ask a little girl how old she was? And if he knew who they were, wouldn't he already know that? Why would he care? But after this, he said something that made my heart sink. "You should come with me now. I have a little brother who's 6 too. Let's go play with him." He then began to walk to the exit with the boy on his shoulders and the girl tagging along, and I immediately shot for the door to stop him, just as a lady with blonde hair came out of the bathroom, shouting, "Hey, where are you guys going? Get over here." The tall guy froze, with eyes as big as saucers. He was fucking petrified. The lady then scooped up the little girl in her arm, and reaches for the boy as the tall guy lets him down, stammering, "Oh, I was just playing with your kids. They're really nice kids. I just really like kids," all at once with a nervous smile. The blonde lady then faked a smile back, but still had eyes that clearly said, "Stay the fuck away from my children, you fucking creep." But her mouth ended up saying, "Oh, well, I'm glad you had a nice time, but we need to order now." And she led her kids back to the restaurant. The tall guy then hurried out of the front exit, and the lady clutched her kids close to her for the entire time she was there, even in their booth. If I ever see that guy at work again, I'll immediately call the cops on him. Who knows what could have happened to those kids if I wasn't looking, or if their mother hadn't come out of the bathroom at that very second. I think that it's awful that she left her kids unattended in a full restaurant lobby, but no one deserves to lose their children to such a disgusting creep with such a sick grin like that. Hi guys, if you enjoyed this video then make sure to click that big sumptuous subscribe button at the top of the screen right there, and also don't forget to check out some of my other content. You can just follow the thumbnails on the screen, or you can check out my channel. Pick and choose, it's your choice. Number 1. This happened to me a couple of years ago, and it still gives me paranoia. I live alone in an apartment with my dog. He's a lovely golden retriever named Billy, with a heart of gold and an impressive appetite even for a dog. The incident happened on a Friday night. I was sitting on my couch with my dog, eating dinner while watching a movie on TV, once in a while handing Billy a little piece of my food. It was getting late, and I decided to go to bed after taking a quick shower. I went to the bathroom without finishing my dinner. I must admit that I'm a kind of messy head, and a half-full plate left over unfinished on the table didn't really bother me. After the shower, I got into bed. I whistled for my dog, as he usually likes to spend the night at the foot of my bed. He didn't come, so I just went to sleep. He probably fell asleep on the couch or something. The next morning I woke up pretty late, and this is where it became strange and creepy. The leftovers on the plate from the previous night were gone. It didn't really bother me, it was probably Billy who ate it. I went to the living room to find him and take him for a walk, but he wasn't there. I called his name, but he didn't seem to be anywhere in the apartment. Now I was seriously worried. I was really fond of my dog, and didn't really like it when he wasn't around. I spent most of the afternoon searching for him around the neighborhood, but I couldn't find him. I even called the police, telling them about my situation, but they told me they couldn't do anything about it. Sad and depressed, I went home. But when I got back, I found something that sent a chill down my spine. It was a note on my nightstand that I hadn't noticed earlier. There were 7 words written on the note that I will never forget. Thanks for dinner. I like your dog. I've never been so afraid in my entire life. The person who wrote this had been in my apartment during the evening and had eaten the leftovers of my dinner. How long had he been hiding? Was he still around? I ran out of my apartment and called the police again. I told them that someone had broken into my apartment and I feared that they'd taken my dog. They came to investigate, but they didn't find anything. After the incident, I hung up posters of Billy everywhere in the neighborhood, hoping that someone had seen him. But I never saw him again. I haven't had another dog since then. Number 2. This happened about 10 years ago. I went to a bar with some buddies of mine for dinner and a couple of drinks. I live on a dead-end street, so traffic's pretty light. I'm driving home, and I noticed this car is following me. I didn't think too much of it at the time. I pull onto my street, and this car continues to follow. This car pulls up beside me, and the driver motions for me to roll down my window because he has something he wants to say. I lean over and roll down the window, and the guy says, "Hey." I then see someone in the back seat. He leans forward towards the driver and says, No, that's not the guy." The guy in the front seat then says, "Oh, forget it, man. Just go to sleep." I give him a confused look, and he just repeats,
Go to sleep. He then drives off. Afterwards, it dawned on me that he probably had a gun on his lap and thought I was the guy that wronged his buddy in the back seat. I was leaning over right towards him, so he would have shot me in the head if he thought I was guilty. Number 3. I was at a park yesterday with my friend and her family. We were supposedly jogging around the park, but my friend and I were more into people watching. I didn't have the chance to use the restroom earlier in the morning, so I told my friend I was going to use the bathroom. The female restrooms had 3 stalls. 2 weren't occupied. I chose the first one. As soon as my pants were around my knees, I hear shuffling from the last stall. I couldn't see the person, but I saw her feet. Big, clunky boots, with dirty khaki pants. She stopped in front of my stall door and faced it. She started looking through the slit between the stall door and the wall. All I could make out was a beard, brown eyes, and a sour, almost rotten stench. It was a man. He started trying to open my stall door, staring between the small opening, making eye contact with me. I didn't know what to do. My pants were still around my ankles. I was so scared stiff that I forgot to call for help. I think I sat down on the toilet for about a good minute, just staring at him. I heard a voice say to him, "What are you doing in the woman's bathroom?" He stopped. He didn't even try to make a run for it. He just slowly walked out of the restroom. I quickly pulled my pants up and bolted out the door. I ended up going straight to my friend's mum and told her about the creepy man in the bathroom. We called the cops and described him, albeit it was hard because I'd only seen him through a small slit. They said they had a report of a man trying to open stall doors in restrooms and just staring at the woman peeing. We couldn't find him yesterday since he disappeared. However, the cops said they knew it was a homeless man. They said they'll try their best to find him. Honestly, I'm so grossed out by what happened. I feel violated. I don't want to meet this person again. Number 4. So I was at a friend's house one night, and it's this massive house. Sort of a castle, really. The inside is very old-timey, and the outside reflects that. Anyway, me and my 3 other friends are in this one room called the Mushroom, because of the colour of the walls. It's about 2 in the morning, and we just finished watching a movie. I can't remember the name though. My friend, Joe, says that he's super hungry. My friend who owns the house, Jack, says that there's no food downstairs that's going to be easy to make, so we decide to go into town, about 10 minutes away on our bikes. My other friend, Pete, is sleeping, and he tells us to go on without him. We don't think much of it, and we just go because we're all starving. We leave the house and it's pitch black, not a street lamp for a good while. We cycle down the lane that leads to the house, and make our way further onto the town. We finally arrive after 10 minutes of silent cycling, and the only light was that of the moon. To our dismay, no shops are open for food. We thought there would be, as it was a Saturday night, and older people would be out drinking and getting food afterwards. Disappointed, we cycle a different route, until we come onto this road that leads us back to the castle. Joe tells us to pull over, because he's got to piss. Jack and I think nothing of it, and just sit on our bikes, waiting for him to finish. And then it happens. I look up at Jack, and his face is as pale as a ghost. I ask him what's wrong, but he doesn't answer. He's just fixated on something on the other side of the road. I realize he isn't going to answer me, so I look over to see what he's so obsessed with. Fear washes over me when I see an old man in a window of an elderly home on the other side of the street. This man is just looking at us, with a look that I can only describe as pure evil. His eyes are sunk into his head, and he has this satanic smile, slowly spreading from ear to ear. Joe comes over to see me and Jack looking at this man in terror. I tell Joe to look, and he does so. He just says, "Let's get the fuck out of here, that man's creepy as fuck." We convince Jack to stop looking and cycle on. Jack leaves, then Joe, and then me. We cycle for all of 5 seconds when I turn around to see the man still staring. He lifts his hand and waves us goodbye. We cycle as fast as our legs can push the pedals and get to a lane that will take us back to the castle. If that wasn't enough to scare the shit out of 3 14-year-old boys, then this next part definitely is. We're cycling on this lonely dirt path. I'm in front at this point, and I look up to see something that will stay with me to the grave. I slam on the brakes of the bike and stop. Jack and Joe are curious now, and ask me why I stopped. I turn to them, and all I can muster is a stammer. It's him, in the window. He's in the room with Pete. They look up and confirm my fears. That same man is in the room where we were sleeping, looking at us with the same smile and the same dead eyes. He waved at us in the same way that he did when we left. He then turned and walked away from the window. We saw the shadow of his torso on the curtains. The light in the room went off, and all of my emotions came out at once. I was trembling in fear. I started to cry and I had a complete breakdown. Jack and Joe helped me up, but I knew they were in exactly the same state as I was. We left the bikes in the shed and rushed inside. I was so worried about Pete. What has this man done with him? Is he still inside? Jack rushed into his dad's study and picked up an old 12 gauge left over the mantelpiece and loaded it with 2 shells. We walked up the stairs and burst into the room. There was no one there. The room was just how we left it, and Pete was still breathing. I don't know if what we saw was real. We never told any of our parents, and we never told Pete, as we didn't know how he'd react. Never before have I been so scared. It's an experience that will haunt me forever. Will I ever see that man again? Was he even alive? I don't know. I just hope that he's gone forever, never to be seen again.
Number 5. I work summers as a camp counsellor in the northern parts of Ontario, Canada. On the date this particular incident occurred, I was camping with a group of 10-year-old boys on the same lake the summer camp was based on. So, like a routine camping trip, we canoe out to the site and set up our tents. Me and my co-counsellor, Mike, take turns supervising the kids while they swim, build forts and play games. We cook some food over the fire, sit around and tell stories, cook s'mores, the typical Canadian camping experience. At around 9:30ish I tell the kids it's time for bed, and they head into their tents, which are positioned a small walk away from the shoreline, but still in line of sight from where we had the fire pit. So the kids have gone to bed, and me and Mike are just shooting the shit by the water, smoking a cigarette, just basically hanging out before we decide to head into our tent and call it a night. What happened next still troubles me to this day, and remains my go-to scary campfire story. We were both gazing out into the pitch-black night water, when we saw a small light approaching us slowly, and slightly above water level. We speculated what it could possibly be for a few minutes, before it came close enough for us to see that it was mounted on the front of a kayak, and that someone was approaching our campsite. It's important to note that as a camp counsellor, part of our training goes over how to deal with stranger encounters in an environment where we're responsible for a group of children on public property. I was prepared to give this mysterious paddler the typical speech about how we were out camping with a group from a recognised organisation, and we would respectfully ask that they find another campsite. However, this person's appearance shook me to the bone as the light drew nearer. Paddling this kayak was a woman, who looked to be about in her 60s. She had incredibly long wisps of grey hair that were trailing in the water. Her skin looked like old leather, and her dead-looking eyes were tough to spot under all her wrinkles. She looked directly at me, and when she spoke, I realized she was missing most of her teeth. "Are all of your children safe in bed?" she asked me, pointing in the direction of the tents. Not really knowing how to respond and quite frankly shitting myself, I responded by telling her that they were fine and she had to leave. "That's good. Just as expected for this time," she said, smiling, then turned her kayak and paddled off into the night. At this point in time, myself and Mike were legitimately very creeped out, not only by the appearance of this mysterious woman who resembled a freaking corpse, but also her inquiry about the whereabouts and safety of the kids we'd brought along on the trip. Not knowing what else to do, we grabbed our hunting knives and sat by the fire after checking on the kids. Half an hour later is where shit started to get really creepy. Across the lake, a female counselor was leading another trip for kids around the same age group. She sent a text to me, which read something along the lines of, "Hey Sean, stop screwing with us, this isn't funny. My kids are really creeped out." I instantly called her and let her know that I'd just seen someone near my campsite that seemed eerie, and that I was not trying to play a joke on her. Apparently, one of their kids had opened their tent to take a piss, and saw a woman with long hair, standing with her arms open towards them, near the shoreline. Hi guys, thanks so much for listening. If you enjoyed this, then make sure to click the subscribe button at the top of the screen. At the time of recording this audio, we're at about 35,000 subscribers, I believe, and that's pretty mind-boggling. The lazy legion grows. Don't forget to have a listen to some of my other content as well if you already haven't. Yeah, also apologize. Number 1. I encountered my first stalker when I was in 7th grade. This may not seem relevant now, but this was around 2007 to 2009-ish, back when MySpace was a thing. I'm a relatively nice guy, so I'm friendly to most people I meet. At the end of the school day, I had a math class with a girl called Sarah. I was assigned to work with her on a project, where I guess this all began. She was not attractive at all. She had this greasy hair that was disgusting. She smelled terrible, was a little overweight, and would wear the same clothes every day. Despite her looks, I was friendly. She was nice, and I felt bad for her because I knew all the other kids picked on her. Almost every day after that, I would check in on her, and I would talk to her, even though I really didn't want to. She started getting comfortable around me, and started liking me. She told me one day that she loved me, and asked me to be her boyfriend. I kindly rejected and said I liked someone else. Then things just got weird. She would tell me she loved me every day, and start talking badly about all the other pretty girls in school that she thought I liked. She would also stare at me the whole of class, literally the whole 45 minutes. This all started to creep me out, so I told the teacher. My teacher laughed at me in such a rude way, telling me I was overreacting. I didn't know what to do. Ignoring Sarah and not talking to her didn't work because she would still stare and say ridiculous things to me. I started being mean to her. I made it clear I didn't want to talk to her, and I told her I would never like her. After about a week or so of that strategy, I noticed cuts on her arms. She would lie about it at first, but then the truth finally came out. She told me she would take the sharpest knife in her house and cut herself because I didn't love her. She would also talk about how she was going to kill herself. She said it would be all my fault, and I should choose the way she died. Obviously, I told her not to do it, and to stop hurting herself, but I'll never forget how disturbed and sick I felt at her details. After that, I was nice to her again, ignoring the strange things she said. At the time, I had a huge crush on Miley Cyrus from the Hannah Montana show. She knew this. As time went on, I noticed her using many of the catchphrases from the show, and doing some of the same hand gestures that Miley would do on the show. It was clear that she had practiced mimicking the show a lot. It got to the point where I couldn't even watch the show anymore because Sarah acted like her perfectly, and it creeped me out too much.
She would also make fake Miley Cyrus MySpace accounts, sending messages like, "Why don't you like Hannah from your math class?" I would always confront her about this, and then the accounts would be deleted. As the school year went on, my teacher noticed her constant staring and would yell at her to stop. She never would though, so she moved her to the other side of the room. She would still position herself to stare at me. She was then kicked out of class. I didn't see her much after that, but sometimes, in the hall or at lunch, she would run up to me with a disposable camera and take pictures of me. I was tired of her creepy shit, so I told the vice principal about everything. Shortly after that, Sarah was put into a special needs school. Me and my parents had to have a meeting about my safety with the principal, because the things she said she was going to do to me were disturbing. During the meeting, my principal kept saying the word disturbing over and over again. That and the look of just concern on his face made me feel like this was more serious than I had thought. It didn't end there. Fast forward a year and a half, at the beginning of my 9th grade year. At this point, I haven't seen Sarah since she was kicked out of school. I was talking to a girl on MySpace who was very pretty. I didn't really like her personality, but it was tolerable. I told this girl I was at my friend Greg's house and that she should hang out with us. She declined and said another time. Later that night, me and Greg were in his treehouse, which was right next to the road. I remember looking out at the street and seeing someone sitting on the curb with their hood covering their face, staring down at something in their hands. We ignored it at first, but the person never went away. We told Greg's dad about the person, but they were gone before we could show up. The next morning, we walked over to that sidewalk and saw what I thought at first was a little piece of paper from a magazine. I picked it up and saw that it was just a thick piece of paper with crayon lines all over it. I turned the piece of paper over and noticed that it was a picture of me. My body froze in terror. I had never seen this picture of me before in my life. It was a picture from a disposable camera, and in the picture I was in the hallway at school. It must have been Sarah. She took this photo and was there last night. How did she know I was there? And why was she there? I instantly remembered I told that pretty girl from MySpace where I was that night. I then looked back at the girl's profile, but nothing seemed weird. It had comments and pictures from over a year ago, and she had over 300 friends. She would also publicly talk with friends on there, so the profile couldn't be fake, right? I then looked at her friends' profiles that she talked to. Each profile had maybe 2 pictures and weren't active unless they were talking to that girl. It was then clear that this pretty girl didn't exist, and that it was just Sarah. I sent her a message saying to stay away from me, and that I was going to call the police. She responded by just sending me a bunch of numbers, followed by the words, "I will make you feel." Minutes later, all the accounts were deleted. The creepiest thing was that the account was active for over a year before she started talking to me. I still wonder, what was she plotting to do? I haven't seen or heard from Sarah since, and it's been at least 6 years. I don't feel this is over though. I truly think she's been planning something this whole time, and will be back for some type of revenge. Number 2. My family and I were taking a vacation to Bratislava to see some distant family. I was around 14 at the time, my younger brother was 11, and my older brother had just turned 19. We were sitting in front of our relative's home that we were staying at, all our luggage in hand, just talking, when a car sped around the corner, paused, then drove right towards us, hopping the curb. It was a large car, with only 2 men visible from the front seat. At this point, I can only trust my father and brother's recollection, as me and my little brother went back to playing with the trees. We were quite imaginative kids. First thing my mum did was grab me and my little brother, and told us to stay close and be ready to run. We were confused and asked if we were playing a game. She said yes. To be clear, we're in a country we've never been to before, with no working cell phones, no real weapons for self-defense, and our only connection with our family is that they were going to meet us here, at this corner, so my parents and older brother were significantly freaked out at this point. The men sat there, whispering to each other, while my dad and brother stared back at them, discussing how to fight them off if it came to that. The men moved their gaze from my father to me and my little brother, and when my dad noticed this, he pulled out 2 knives from his pocket, flicked them open, and handed one of them to my brother, telling him not to let them take his siblings. The men saw this, looked into my father's eyes, then turned the car back on, backed up and drove off. We waited inside the building for another 20 minutes for a bus to arrive. My dad later revealed to us that he had also told my brother that he should try and take one of them down with us at least. My dad and brother were willing to die to protect me, my brother, and my mother. I can never thank them enough, because God knows where I'd be now if my dad wasn't the man he was. Number 3. So, let me preface this story by saying that I don't live in the best neighborhood. My roommate and I ended up reluctantly moving here because it was the only place we could find equal distance from both of our jobs. So, anyway, it's around 2 AM on a Saturday, and I'm up late as, of course, I don't have work the next day. My 5-month-old Dutch Shepherd, Maddie, is out of her kennel and running around later than usual as I'm up and watching her. I decide to walk her one more time before going to sleep. Now, walking out of my front door, I have a small front yard. Outside of that is a street, and past that street is a sizable field where I usually walk her. Per usual, I head straight for that field. I walk her for about 10 minutes and allow her to do her business. It's the dead of night, and there's no one outside. No noises. Nothing. I begin walking back towards the street to go inside. When I was about halfway through the street, I look down the street to my right to check on one of my cars. I don't drive it often as it's my backup, so I occasionally check on it to make sure it's alright. I notice the driver's rear window is half lowered. That's weird, I think. I haven't driven it in 2 months, and I don't recall leaving that down. Surely I would have noticed it sooner, I continue to think. I stare at the car, checking for visible damage, doors open, etc., while also trying to remember the last time that I did drive it. It was at this point Maddie started to bark uncontrollably. To give you some perspective of the dynamics of the situation, imagine a clock. My body is facing 12, which is the direction of my front door. My head's facing 4, up the street to the right where my car is. The field's at 6 PM, and Maddie's barking and pulling towards 11, almost in the opposite direction that I'm facing. I don't look at her as she starts barking, as I can feel that she's tugging towards the direction of my front door. And she likely just wants to go back inside as it's kind of chilly. After staring at my car for literally about 5 seconds and not noticing any damage, I decide to take her inside, kennel her up, and come back to investigate. I turn my head back to 12 to head towards the house. That's when I see him. There's a man standing about 3 feet away from me, which isn't very far for a stranger to stand from you. Maddie is buckling down and growling. I look at the man in the face and notice that he's not looking at me. He's looking at my dog. I hold her leash in such a way that she's just short of being able to attack him. Next, I notice his hand. His left hand is resting casually to the side, but his right hand is hidden, almost as though he's holding something behind his back, possibly in his back pocket. I think to myself that he's got a knife, or worse, a gun. After about 10 seconds of standing there silently, with him staring at my dog, I say, "What's up?" Not in a "hey buddy" kind of way, but literally, "what do you want" kind of way. No response. He doesn't break concentration on my puppy. I see him shift his hand around behind his back. My heart starts beating harder. I realise it's do or die time, and I begin to contemplate how I'd react if he attacks me. After a brief moment, his right hand comes to his side in a relaxed, casual way as his left hand is. He's between me and my front door, but I know I have to get away from him. I turn and walk towards my car to investigate the window. Shortly after, the man begins walking up the sidewalk and away. And that was it. Shortly after he leaves, the entire situation begins to dawn on me. I never heard or saw him, even though I was looking in his direction for the 2 minutes that it took me to walk from the field towards my house. I only looked away to look at my car. I didn't hear him approach at all in the dead of night. He must have snuck up on me purposely. We met in the middle of the street, meaning he wasn't casually walking down the middle of the street. Again, lending credibility to the idea that he snuck up on me. He never spoke to me, he never responded to my question, and he never met eyes with me. The whole time he just stared at my dog. I realized what he was doing. He was sizing her up to see if he could take her or me before the other one interfered. After 20 seconds or so, I guess he decided not to. When looking at his eyes, I realized they were white, not bloodshot, and when I saw him walk away, he wasn't stumbling or tripping. He seemed to be completely sober. I did not know this man. He did not inquire about my dog. He didn't ask me anything. This, to me, means he had ill intentions. I'm 22, and for the 22 years that led up to 4 months ago when I got Maddie, I was a cat guy. It has only taken Maddie 4 months to change my mind of that. I now know why they're called man's best friend. The user has included a picture of Maddie, the dog. Number 4. This happened around 5 years ago, when I was 18 years old. I'm a small, blonde female who seems to have a face that's way too approachable. I was waiting outside quite a busy train station in the town I live in. I was going away to work at a festival for a week, and had loads of bags surrounding my feet as I waited for my ride. All of a sudden, this small Asian guy came up to me. He had long, greasy black hair, a leather trench coat, and was wearing all black. He stopped in front of me, smiling. Then, as if from nowhere, 5 other Asian guys circled around me. He asked me what my name was, and I told him I didn't want to tell him. Usually I make up fake names if guys are chatting to me, and I act bored until they go away. This time it felt different though. Something was telling me this was dangerous. He started acting offended and called me racist, but I wouldn't tell him my name. His buddies all stared at me and got closer. He demanded to know my name and where I was going. His tone changed, and I felt sick with fear. They all had their eyes on me, and I was surrounded. The leader got right up to my face, angrily, and I could smell his breath. There were people walking past, but no one stopped or seemed to notice that I was in trouble. I then saw he was holding a knife under his jacket, and I freaked. It all happened so fast, I just pushed him and ran. I left all my bags behind. I ran into the station, and thankfully the woman picking me up was there. I burst into tears, and she went to get all my bags for me. The guys were gone. There have been several rapes in the city centre over the years, and women are being snatched from busy streets by gangs. I can't help think I was nearly one of them. Number 5. Last winter, I was shopping in a huge shopping centre in London with my sister. She works at one of the retailers. It was time for her to start her shift, so we said goodbye and I headed for the car park to drive home. The car park is a huge underground lot and is dimly lit. With it being winter, it's dark in London by 4 PM. There was plenty of parked cars, but no one else was around. So I'm walking over to my car, listening to my echoing footsteps and searching for my key. I got into my car, put the gear into reverse and was about to reverse out. But there was a white piece of paper stuck to my rear window, partially blocking my view. I knew this wasn't there before, and as I was about to drive forward again, I saw the back door of a van that was behind me open, with a foreign-looking man just waiting and staring at me. I shot out of the car park before anything could happen. On the way home, I called my sister and told her what happened. She reported it to her manager, who told security, but nothing ever came of it. I don't know if he would have actually done anything, but I have heard stories of kidnappers putting Vaseline, paper, or anything on car windows. The victim gets out to remove it, and they get attacked, robbed, kidnapped, or worse. Please remember to be vigilant. If you see a piece of paper stuck to your windscreen, think before you get out. Walk towards your car with your key ready, and once you're in your car, lock the doors and drive. I hope this post might help someone. And of course, creepy van guy, let's not meet again. Hi guys, Lazy Masquerade here. I hope you enjoyed this video. I'd like to take this opportunity just to thank Number 1. This happened to me back in 2007. I was 9 years old, and my brother was 14. My mum had sent us out of the house with about $30 to go to a movie, and maybe get a bite to eat afterwards. After watching the movie, it was getting pretty dark, and I was ready to go home. My brother wanted to get something to eat first, and I agreed to walk to McDonald's, which was only a couple of blocks away from the movie theatre. On our way there, we were stopped and approached by a man. Only railroad tracks, in a little travelled part of campus. I finished developing my film close to midnight and headed out, nervous as always to be alone at night in this deserted part of town. It was dark. Several of the streetlights around the parking lot were out, and the few that remained were phoning it in, putting out a weak flickery light that did nothing to reassure me as I headed towards my car. About 3 weeks ago, my mum told my brother and I this story. Sally is a lifelong family friend. She would frequently visit her friends and family in Oklahoma. We live in a small town in southern Ontario, Canada. So, Sally would drive. Sally would drive straight 20 hours at least, overnight, to get from our town to another small town. She did this to save money, and obviously she wanted to arrive as soon as possible. Now that you've heard the prelude, here's the story. About 30 years ago, she decided to head south for a visit. No big deal, she's done this a few times now. So, she packs up and heads out. At some point, after driving about 14 or 15 hours, she started getting pretty tired. Being as it was probably the 80s, it was a little safer, so she decided that she would stop at a rest stop for the night to get some sleep, and resume again first thing in the AM. She parks in a very well lit and busy rest stop. She parks right by the lights, and felt at ease because there was an abundance of travellers stopping and going. She gets out of her car for a bathroom break, comes back, and settles in her car. About then, an RV pulls up beside her, and an elderly couple get out. The man asks her about coming from Canada. They strike up a little conversation. Nothing odd. The couple just talk to Sally for a little bit. They tell her that they're driving from the south, going north, and they just needed to have a sleep for the night. They wanted to talk because they were unsure if the rest stop was okay to stop at, but seeing as Sally was there, they felt at ease. They say good night and good trip, and the couple head back to their RV. Sally locked her doors up and went to sleep. 2 or 3 hours later, Sally woke up with a really unsettling feeling. She looks around. Nothing. A few people going in the stop. Parking lights are all on. She assumes she's just feeling bad because she's tired and her car isn't the best place to sleep in. After 10 minutes, she actually said that this feeling got worse, and it was a jarring, queasy, uneasy feeling. She sits back and tries to shrug it off. This doesn't work, and apparently she had every red alarm and instinct telling her that she needed to go. She panics, starts her car and peels off. She doesn't care where, she just knew that she needed to get away from there. About 20 miles down the road, she finds a motel and gas station. She decides to see if she could get a room there for what little money she had. She converses with the person in charge. He cuts her a deal because he doesn't want to see a young woman driving alone late at night. She gets a key, pops in her hotel room, and sleeps for the night. No issues whatsoever. Around 9 AM, she wakes up, showers, changes clothes, and decides to relax for a few. She turns on the TV, and what she said was on it actually gave me chills. There was a breaking news story about an elderly couple who had been killed in the middle of the night. The news shows the RV that Sally was parked next to in the exact same spot at the exact same stop. She even sees the fast food drink cup that she dropped by accident that rolled under her car. Sometime during the night, a man broke into their RV and killed them, and then simply left. Presumably this all happened right before Sally had left. The man was never caught, and Sally, since then, stopped at hotels for the night and avoided rest stops. Number 2. This encounter takes place several years ago, in a remote part of the Australian outback. For a bit of background, I'm a pretty built 6'2" dude, and I was around 26 years old at the time. I was on a road trip with a mate, travelling around the central Queensland outback, in my old, semi-reliable Nissan X-Trail. We're both massive science, zoology nerds, and had heard about this amazing dinosaur trail out this way, which is basically a grouping of 3 areas, Winton, Richmond, and Hughenden, that have had previous dino bone discoveries, still have fossils, as well as a seriously awesome dinosaur track with preserved foot imprints. We were staying at a place 3 hours from Winton for a couple of days, and were pretty keen to check out this trail. So, we made the decision to do the 6-hour round trip in a day. We were pretty ambitious and stupid back then. We left at 9 AM the next morning, car packed with lunch, several litres of water, and my trusty GPS, and off we went. It was a long drive, and halfway through, my aircon decided to cark it. If any of you live in or have visited Australia in the summer, you would know that it's brutally hot. So I'm sure you can imagine the 3-hour trip without aircon was hell. To make matters worse, my GPS also stopped working, as the map software didn't recognise the area we were in. Luckily, I had an old Refidex in my back seat, but it was pretty tough to revert back to map reading when you're so used to a computer screen telling you where to go. Especially given we're talking about the Australian outback here, complete with dirt tracks for roads and very limited signage. But I digress. Finally, we make it to the trail, and kick around there for a couple of hours. Not gonna lie, it was pretty awesome. Then we decided to make the trip back, as it was starting to get later in the afternoon, and we didn't want to drive back in the dark. As we were about to leave, this gnarly old guy, who appeared to be an employee of the trail company, dressed in all khaki camouflage gear, asked us about where we were from and where we were heading. He gave me the stink eye when I was vague with details, but my mate told him the name of the town we were staying at. He took a real liking to my mate, and he laughed when he told him about our lengthy journey. Apparently we had taken the long route, and there was a much quicker way back that would shave about an hour off our trip. We jumped at the directions he gave us, which were all verbal, and we wrote them down. Off we went on our merry way, thinking how lucky we were that we met this old dude, who gave us some sweet intel on a shortcut home. But I can't deny, there was a definite creepy vibe coming off him. Based on the directions he gave us, we went winding along several roads in an area I'd never been in, and eventually settled straight back on a narrow dirt road. We were supposed to reach an intersection after about half an hour of driving, take a right and continue on that road until we got to a main highway that would take us back. After about an hour and a half of driving on this dirt trail though, we still hadn't reached the intersection. I was starting to freak out a bit, thinking we'd missed the turn, but my mate was completely chilled out and was sure that we'd get there eventually. I think he thought I was driving too slowly, but there are kangaroos out there, and they're dangerous if you hit one. We'd been travelling for quite a while now, and it was getting later and later in the day, and it got to the point where the petrol in the tank was only a quarter full. There were no houses, other roads or cars in sight, and I was really not comfortable with where this was headed. The middle of nowhere, in a remote area, in the wasteland that is the Australian outback. There weren't any trees, only this dirt road, and desolate, dry bushland as far as the eye can see. I stopped the car and told my mate to get the binoculars out of the back, to take a look around in case there was any landmarks. Yes, I carried binoculars in my car, and I still do. He obliges, and I can just make out a house-like structure not too far in the distance, so we made the decision to head for that. We figured it could be a house, and maybe the people would be nice enough to give us some petrol to top us up, and some better directions to get us out of there. As we neared this structure, it became apparent that this was no house at all. We pulled up out front, and see that it's an old caravan that's been burned to a shell from the inside out. It's still got 3 blackened partial walls up though, so we can't see all the way in, and it looks like someone's been there recently, because there are animal bones strung up all over the place, and a cow skull at the entrance of the caravan. Some of the animal bone things even have grass or horsehair woven into them, and they're arranged like decorations. Then we see this hand-painted sign that's been staked into the ground, with the words, "Moonlight Motel," written on it. My alarm bells are ringing loud and clear. I nudge my friend and say, let's get the fuck out of here, but he's distracted by something in the distance. It's a car, coming in the direction we'd just come from. It must have only been 10 minutes behind us the entire time we were driving, but I didn't see it once. It's kicking up a ton of dust, which indicates that it's coming towards us fast. It's at this point we both hear a creepy scratching sound coming from the burned out caravan, like someone scratching at the wall from the inside. I move a little closer to try and see what it is, and there is a person in there, peeking out at us from a hole in the damaged wall. Then, this childlike voice, that's obviously a grown man imitating a little girl, giggles and says, "Are you here to play with me?" My mate and I both look at each other, and we book it out of there, back into the inner sanctum of the X-Trail. Just as I'm about to reverse out, the other car stops just behind my car, with the high beams on. I can't see the driver, but they're in my way, so I can't reverse out of there. I have no choice but to drive forward and turn around that way, narrowly missing the State Motel sign. As we're turning to leave, the driver starts to blare the horn, just hammering it for no reason at all. I just sped off back in the direction that we came, and thankfully the other car doesn't follow. It's getting to twilight at this stage, and pretty dangerous to be out on these country roads once it's dark, because of the aforementioned kangaroo situation. But we're feeling a bit better, as we managed to navigate our way back to where we came from, the Dino Trail, and even start to joke around about what happened. The person in the other car was probably just honking at us to get our attention to help with directions or something. I pull into the parking lot and go to the front desk area of the company that runs the tours. I explained that we had gotten lost on the way back to the town we were staying at, and the lady there was kind enough to give us just enough petrol for the ride back. I couldn't help myself, and I mentioned to her that our workmate was a real jerk for giving us those weird directions. We figured there was no way that we could have messed up with the directions that he gave us. At this point, she gives me a weird look, and asked if I could describe him. So I describe him, and her face goes funny, and she says, "That man doesn't work here. I saw him talking with the tourists today, and my boss had to ask him to leave. He kept trying to get the details of where people were staying, and telling them that he had vacancies at his place, and they could stay there, the Moonlight Motel." So, to the creepy old dude, who was pretending to give helpful directions to a couple of city folk to trap and potentially murder them in your lovely accommodation, let's not meet. Number 3. My dad is a journalist and non-fiction writer, but at the time of this incident, he was a reporter for the Virginia Pilot, based out of Virginia. He was working on a new book titled The Big Roads when this occurred. We often went on road trips for his research needs, and once his proposal for his new book was accepted, we went on a cross-country road trip from Virginia to California, and back on old Route 66 for the book. Me, being 13 at the time, demanded he let me bring a friend along, and so there was 3 of us. The first quarter of our month-long adventure went off without a hitch. We either stayed in motels, with the occasional stay at a grand old historic hotel. My dad, being the outdoorsman that he was, decided that we should camp about 5 or 6 times throughout our trip. The first night we camped, we were in the middle of literally nowhere. No one for at least 20 miles on either side, in the middle of the Utah desert. When we arrived at our campsite in our rented minivan, my dad wanted to explore a bit, because at the bottom of the hill that our campsite was situated on was an old Pony Express stop. On account of all the bees and wasps, my friend decided to stay in the minivan until my dad and I had finished checking out the Pony Express stop and set up camp. We were utterly alone, and as a rather jumpy and skittish 13-year-old, it became apparent that we were isolated to the point that, if anything happened, we'd be totally screwed. That's all I could think about as my dad and I walked down the hill to explore. We checked out the old station, and everything was going smoothly, until we were about halfway back up the hill. A large truck that we had noticed driving down an old dirt road a few minutes before had turned into the campsite. We were surprised, but really didn't think anything of it. Maybe this guy was on an adventure too. The truck parked halfway up the road, and a man got out. He had what I think was a hunting rifle, and started hunting around the area my dad and I were in, about 50 feet from our campsite. Of course, this was an absolute no hunting zone, and my dad became a bit concerned, because my friend was closer to the stranger than she was to us. He yelled out to the man, saying that there were children around, and he couldn't hunt there. As soon as the man turned to face us, I got an overwhelming sense of complete doom. I felt in my entire body that something wasn't right. The man looked us over, and without saying a word, aimed his gun at us. My dad doesn't carry a gun, a knife, or any kind of weapon. I felt completely trapped. My dad ushered me behind a large boulder, but he didn't hide. He stood his ground. There was a solid minute of this man aiming his gun at my dad, and my dad standing completely still, staring back. In my mind, I considered all the ways this could go down. I was absolutely terrified that this guy would shoot my dad, and somehow my friend, and I would have to escape or get murdered during this tense minute. The guy lowered his gun, cocked his head to the side, and pointed at my dad, with his fingers in the shape of a pistol, and fake shot him. Then he simply got into his truck and drove away. That night, my friend and I slept in the minivan in 90-degree heat, because I was positive this guy would come back and murder us all. Thankfully, he didn't come back. Number 4. This happened to me about 2 years ago, when I was on a cross-country road trip with my good friend, Kim. We started in the northwest, and our final destination was in Georgia. We were trying to make this trip as quickly as possible, and since it was just the two of us, we took shifts, sleeping and driving. We had just passed through Laramie, Wyoming, where I got pulled over for speeding. It wasn't anything major, only 10 miles over the speed limit. I apologized to the officer, and he kindly let us off the hook, since our car had no cruise control, and we had a long way to go. After leaving Laramie, we didn't stop for a long time, and the highway rarely cut through any towns. Number 1. This isn't my story, but that of close family friends who are essentially like grandparents to me, and they will be referred to as such for this story. The year was 1978, well before I was born, so some details may be a bit off. One night, my grandparents were hosting a party. Neighbours and friends came over, and the party went on late into the night. Two of the guests, a husband and a wife, decided to leave early, as they were planning on having people over the next day to celebrate the wife's birthday. The couple goes home, and the party continues. The next day, the family of this couple show up for the planned celebration, but finds them dead, shot multiple times, in a brutal home invasion. Obviously, their family and the entire neighborhood were completely devastated and terrified by this discovery. Months later, their murder is linked to several others that have occurred throughout the year, in which the victims were shot with a .22 caliber pistol. Fortunately, one of these creeps committing the crimes wasn't very bright, and was caught and arrested while attempting to use their last victim's credit card. An investigation ensues, and two men, who are brothers, confess and are charged with the murder of my grandparents' neighbours, as well as 8 other people. That story alone is terrifying, but the creepiest part for me is what my grandparents learned while attending the trial of these two disgusting individuals. They confessed that my grandparents, not their neighbours, were the intended target, having the largest and most secluded home in the neighbourhood. The brothers had been to my grandparents' home previously, had been watching them, and decided to come back on that night to carry out their plan, not expecting them to be having a party. On the night of the party, they stood outside my grandparents' house, watching and waiting for everyone to leave. Apparently, they got tired of this, and seized their opportunity when they saw my grandparents' neighbours leaving the party early and walking home on foot, and decided to follow them instead. There could be no better ending to this devastating story than those two creeps rotting in jail, and I'm happy to relay that this is exactly what happened to them. So, .22 caliber serial killer brothers, I'm glad you both rotted to death in jail and never got the chance to meet my grandparents. Number 2. This particular event happened almost a year ago, sometime in mid-October. A couple of friends and I drove out to visit an old friend of ours from high school, George, who now lived about an hour out of the city. We spent the whole day with him, and it was really late when we decided to start the drive back home. My friend, Lisa, was passed out in the passenger seat. She'd had a few drinks, and decided to spend the ride home asleep. My other friend, Sam, was sitting in the back seat behind Lisa, and was playing a game on her smartphone. I, of course, was driving. I was following the GPS's instructions back to the freeway. At that moment, we were driving down a dark street, with thick trees bordering both sides. Everything was pretty peaceful, with the only sounds I could hear being that of the car moving along the road, and the radio on low volume. Suddenly, my car let out a loud jolt, and it felt as if I had hit something. Sam let out a shocked scream, while Lisa remained dead asleep. I slammed on the brakes, and the car came to a halt. I was breathing heavily when I asked what the hell had just happened. Sam peered out through the back window and gasped. She turned to me with an angry look on her face and shouted that I had hit a dog. I looked out the window, and sure enough, a dog was lying in the road a few yards behind my car. Sam is a pretty big animal lover, so I wasn't surprised to see her getting pissed at me. She was about to open her door and rush to the animal's aid when I stopped her. Once I'd gotten over the shock that I'd run over the dog, I got a feeling in my gut that something was off. I'm no braggart, but I consider myself to be a very attentive and safe driver. My eyes were on the road at all times, and I distinctly remember not seeing any dog in the road prior to the car jolting. Yes, it was dark, but I was sure that I would have at least seen the dog in the headlights before hitting it. I looked out the back window and took a closer look at the dog, or at least as much as I could make out in the reddish light coming from my taillights. It was a fairly big dog, at least a golden retriever or something like that. One particular detail caught my attention though. I could see the dog's tail wagging. Now, I'm no expert on the mannerisms of animals, but I was sure the last thing a dog would be doing if it was hit by a car would be to wag its tail. After a moment of thought, I pressed my foot down on the accelerator and sped off. Sam snapped at me, ordering me to go back, but I told her that something was wrong with the whole situation. She continued to argue, but fell silent as she turned towards the back window and looked out. She asked, "What the heck?" with a shaken voice. I looked in the rearview mirror. Though it was dark, I was able to make out the silhouettes of 3 large figures emerging from the trees on the side of the road. The dog was now up on its feet and jumping around joyfully. The 3 figures looked in our direction as I pressed my foot down on the gas and sped off. Sam and I remained silent for the rest of the ride home. It wasn't until a few days later that we told Lisa about it. We've been back to visit George a few times since then, but we always make sure to leave before sunset. What I'm still not certain about is how they made the car jolt. Still, I dread to think about what would have happened to us if we had gotten out of that car. Number 3. This story takes place in 1977. The cast of characters includes my mum, my dad, my brother, and a serial killer. My brother was little at this time, and had been to a friend's house. I don't remember what the occasion was, but my parents were picking him up. It was late at night, and winter. My parents pick my brother up, load him into the car, and start driving. As they're leaving the neighborhood to get to the main road, they see a man come out of the woods, holding a shotgun, and get into his van on the side of the road. Now, the area I grew up in is suburban, but the folks can be rather redneck. Seeing someone come out of the woods with a shotgun is worrisome, but usually just means it was a poacher. Dad just keeps driving. The man gets into his car and follows my parents onto the main road. Still nothing to be worried about. They make a few turns on the way home, and then it becomes increasingly obvious that the van was following them. They pull into the housing plan we lived in, which was mostly new construction. The van pulls into the plan behind them. At the time, our house was the only finished, occupied house on that little cul-de-sac. The streetlights hadn't even been turned on yet. Pitch black, winter, cold, isolated. The van pulls into our driveway behind my dad. Dad gets out of the car, sends my mum and brother into the house, and tells them to lock the door. My dad then stands at the nose of the car and just stares at the man inside. He waits. No questions, no bravado, no nothing. He just stands there and waits, intimidatingly. Now, what you need to know about my father at this time. He had a full-ride scholarship for football in college, dropped out, and decided that it would be fun to join the military and volunteer to go to Vietnam instead. He said he did this simply because he was bored. He spent a year on some godforsaken little island at a ranger camp. He is an intimidating man, and always has been. Without being overly tall or large, he just has a presence. You just don't want to fuck with him. He's now much older and somewhat overweight, but in 1977, he must have been something, because without any words being exchanged, the man puts his van into reverse and drives away. The story doesn't end there though. The next morning, it was all over the news. A man had been murdered the night before in the housing plan my parents picked my brother up from. Just a street away, a man had been shot through his living room window with a shotgun. He died on the floor, while the wife tried to flee. The kids all this time asleep upstairs. The wife led the man through the woods on a chase. They find her body a few hours later in the woods. This was the same area where my family saw the man come out of. Turns out, it was the serial killer Edward Surratt. Hi guys, Lazy Masquerade here. I had a little bit of extra spare time, so I thought I'd make an impromptu video for you guys, so I hope you enjoyed that. Make sure to subscribe and join the Lazy Legion. Check out Erin and Anthony's artwork via the links down below, and I'll have another video ready for you on Tuesday. So until then guys, stay spooky, and remember, the best things happen in the dark. Number 1. I grew up in Detroit, Michigan. When I was in the 5th grade, I started going to a middle school named Dorothy Fisher Magnet Middle School. It was there that I met Patrick Selepak. We became really good friends very quickly. He was smart, funny, charming, good-looking, and kind-hearted. Or so I thought. We were best friends until I moved out of the city of Detroit and attended a different high school. We lost touch when we were about 15 or 16 years old. I always wondered what happened to him, and I thought of him often over the years. In February 2006, I heard about the murder of Melissa Berrells and her husband, Scott. They lived a few miles down the road from me. Melissa was 10 weeks pregnant. Patrick befriended Melissa after shopping at the grocery store where she worked. He wanted more than just friendship. He followed her home one day and convinced Melissa to let him and his girlfriend, Samantha, come in and hang out for a while. Patrick had guns with him. He hit Melissa in the head with the gun and knocked her to the ground. He proceeded to strangle her with a belt. He convinced his girlfriend to help him because it was taking too long for her to die. During this, Melissa's husband came home. He was hit in the head with a gun and then locked in the bathroom while Pat and his girlfriend finished killing Melissa. Once she was dead, they turned their attention to Scott. Samantha went to CVS and got duct tape, syringes, and a few other things. They tried injecting bleach into Scott's veins to kill him. That didn't work. Scott was tortured for about 4 hours before he finally succumbed to his injuries. Pat and Samantha moved the bodies to the back room. They wrapped them in painter's plastic and duct taped it. They covered the bodies with a tarp, and then they left. Melissa's parents called the police to do a welfare check when she didn't show up for work. Police found the bodies under the tarp in a room the Berylls were decorating for the baby they were going to have. Patrick and Samantha fled the Berylls' house in their car. They also had stolen the couple's personal documents so they could assume their identities. Somehow, Pat and Samantha ended up in Flint, Michigan. They met a man at a gay club that offered to give them a place to stay. They stayed with him for 3 days before the man saw the news and tried to convince Pat to turn himself in. The man walked outside, saying he was going to get the police himself. Patrick flipped out and shot the man in the back. Pat then walked up to the man and shot him in the head. Pat and Samantha wrapped this man up in the same way they did the Berylls, and they put his body in the back of the man's pickup truck and covered it with a tarp. The next day, a friend of Samantha's called and asked Sam if she was going to give her a ride to a job interview. Samantha said she would. Before Pat and Samantha got to the girl's house, she saw on the TV that they were wanted for murder. She still let them pick her up for the interview. They drove the girl to the hotel where her interview was. She asked them to wait for her outside, because she wouldn't be long. As soon as she got inside the hotel, she called the police. When the police arrived, they restrained Patrick and Samantha and found the body in the bed of the truck. Patrick and Samantha are now both serving life sentences with no possibility of parole. They were featured on the ID Channel show Wicked Attraction. The title of the episode is Single White Male, which aired in 2009. If anyone would like to verify the story, there are millions of links on Google. Their full names are Patrick Selapak and Samantha Bakinski. Number 2. My best friend lived in the country part of my town. It was a small neighborhood, and everyone knew each other. There was a man there that we all referred to as Creepy Phil, because he would lurk around and make weird comments to people. He was old and skinny. We never thought anything of it though. He was just the weird neighbor. I remember one time we had a neighborhood barbecue, and we invited all our high school friends over, which were both guys and girls. I remember Creepy Phil standing at the gate, not being a part of the barbecue, and asking the girls if they needed rides home. We just laughed and thought it was just plain old Creepy Phil. One day, Creepy Phil asked us to dig a retaining wall for his house, and he said he'd pay us. We agreed, for we were always doing small jobs like that to make money. I remember doing the job and noticing his backyard. The backyard was extremely cluttered with tons of garbage and sheds in the back. Creepy Phil would just sit there and watch us work. We finished the job and went home. A few months passed by, and I'm watching the news. There was a picture of a skinny old man and his wife being displayed on the breaking news. It was Creepy Phil and his wife. It turns out, Creepy Phil had kidnapped a 10-year-old girl 18 years ago and moved into the house and raped her for 18 years, right next door to where my best friend and I were growing up. The girl that he kidnapped ended up having 2 children in secrecy, and Creepy Phil raped the daughters as well. The clutter and sheds that I saw whilst working at his house was where he kept the girls. When the police raided his backyard, there was an elaborate maze of tents where the girl, who was now an adult, lived with her daughters for 18 years. The daughters were so pale because they'd never even seen sunlight, and their skin was as white as ghosts. This gave me chills, and to this day, I still have nightmares of those girls being raped, and me having barbecues, playing basketball, and enjoying my life, no more than 100 feet away. The girl's name is JC Dugard. She's now a motivational speaker and a best-selling author. Check out her story, it's very interesting, but also, be wary of your neighbours. The submitter of this story also attached this image of Creepy Phil, his wife, and the area where the girls were kept. Number 3. My name is Ned. I'm 33, soon to be 34, and I'm the only child of Ted Bundy survivor Carol DaRonch. Her story takes place on November 8, 1974, in a Sears parking lot in Salt Lake City. She was out shopping when a man, claiming to be a police officer, approached her, saying that her car was stolen. He asked her to go with him in his car down to the police station for questioning. Whilst they were driving, the man handcuffed her and tried to kidnap her. The problem was that the man, now known as Ted Bundy, had accidentally only cuffed one hand, leaving her free to escape by jumping out of the car. Ted frantically drove off. Unfortunately, later that night, another young woman named Deborah Kent, the same age as my mother at the time, 18, was raped and murdered by Bundy. My mother was present at his 1979 trial and became a damning piece of evidence against Bundy. Bundy was sentenced to death and executed in 1989 at the age of 42. My mother has never forgotten the experience and was always adamant about keeping safe as a kid, as she knew of the dangers in the world. She finally told me when I was 16, after I'd seen a documentary on TV about Ted Bundy. My mother has moved on from the experience, but always has it in the back of her mind that you shouldn't trust anyone based on who they say they are. For those curious about the legitimacy of this post, the original poster has left a link to a news article. You can find a link in the description below. Number 4. When I was young, about 12 years old, I had a best friend named Sonia. We did everything together. She'd stay over at my house every weekend. She lived right down the street, in a house that looked condemned. I was never allowed to go to her house. My mum always said that her family was a bit off. I only met her dad a few times. Her mum died years ago. When I did meet her dad, he smelled terrible, almost sour. Come to think of it, Sonia never smelled that great either. I didn't care much though. I remember one night when she was staying over at my house. It was really late, and the doorbell rang. Sonia was asleep, and I went downstairs to see my mum, looking to see who it was. My mum opened the door, and I heard a man asking for Sonia. "Hey, is Sonia here? Her daddy said she wasn't home tonight. I'd really like to see her." My mum asked if he was a relative of hers. He danced around the question until giving up and leaving. My mum was really weirded out and called Sonia's dad. He answered, but was so drunk that my mum couldn't decipher anything he was saying. The next morning, my mum asked Sonia if she knew the guy that stopped by. My mum described how he looked and what he asked. Sonia looked up from her breakfast really fast. With wide eyes, she asked if he was here. My mum told her no. Sonia looked relieved. Sonia stopped showing up to school after this. I never knew why. I was sad for the rest of the school year. She wasn't in school and her house was empty. It's like she vanished. I actually remembered her last year and asked my mum if she remembered Sonia as well. My mum nodded her head and said, "Oh man, that whole thing was so sad." I asked what happened. Why didn't she tell me before? She told me that the man at the door that night looked like a big drug user. He kept messing with his junk and looking around nervously. My mum got worried for Sonia and called the police the next day. The police did their job. And apparently, Sonia's dad was prostituting her out to his friends. They would bring alcohol and some cash, and they'd take turns with Sonia. When they investigated further, Sonia told the police that her dad had raped her too. Sonia was actually pregnant with her father's child. My mum found all this out because she was a big help and friends with some of the police. Sonia went on to go and live with family somewhere else. We don't know what else happened. So Sonia, it would be nice to meet you again. Number 5. I grew up in a suburb of Raleigh, North Carolina, that has a virtually non-existent crime rate. My father and I moved there when I was 6. He was always busy, so I pretty much had to raise myself. So, naturally, I attended school there, made all of my lifelong relationships there, so on, so forth. In 2008, I was a senior in high school. I had a very close-knit group of friends, primarily composed of people I'd known since middle school. One such friend had just recently come back from Holly Hill, which was our local mental hospital, after a suicide attempt. Matt had been gone for a couple of weeks. I saw him in the courtyard before heading to class. Unfortunately, I didn't really have time to talk, so all I had time to say to him was, "Welcome back, I missed you." I would have risked being late to class if I'd have known that that would be the last thing I would say to him. Matt had suffered from depression and dementia for years, but he kept a pretty good rap on the details, so none of his friends really had a big inkling on how severe it was until the aforementioned suicide attempt. We got out of school for Thanksgiving break, and one of our mutual friends messaged me on Facebook and asked if I'd like to go paintballing with them on the night of the 30th. I had to turn them down, because I had to go and see my grandparents the next morning for a late Thanksgiving celebration. It wasn't a big deal, just kind of a disappointment. Break came and went. We went back to school. Matt was absent again. There had been a rumour floating around that he had run away from home and gone to Washington, D.C. to look for his birth mother. But I wasn't sure I believed that, especially that he would go off on this long-term trip without at least mentioning it to me first. In between switching classes, I called his cell phone to find it off. I didn't think anything of it. A few days later, during lunchtime, there was a buzz around the school that Allegra, our mutual friend from earlier, and Adele, someone else who I was more of acquaintances with than friends, had been taken out of class and arrested. We had no idea what had happened, but I had a strange feeling that it had something to do with Matt's absence. After that, all I could really think about was where Matt was, and the fact that Allegra sat right behind me during Shakespeare class, and that she was really tired, and she slept through the whole class on the day that we came back from the break. The school tried to keep everything quiet in regards to the students theorizing and talking to one another, but it was high school, and word travels fast. When we weren't talking, we were texting each other about it. Our local news website reported, in an article, that 4 of Matt's friends had been arrested in connection with a body found in Allegra's parents' summer home. You guessed it. It was Matt's. 2 years afterwards, Allegra, Adele, and 2 other people from Matt's circle of friends went on trial. Allegra received 2 consecutive 20-year terms for conspiracy to commit murder and murder in the 2nd degree. Adele received the same. The 2 others in the trial received a life sentence for 1st-degree murder and accessory after the fact to 1st-degree murder. I watched the trial unfold. All of the trial is available online as well, if anyone wanted to learn about it. There's a lot more details than I can post here, without boring everyone, but you should be able to type in some of the details in a Google search and find the story. They killed him on the night of November 30th, the night they asked me to come paintballing with them. There was a period of time where I kicked myself for not going that night. I like to think that if I had gone, I would have had some, if a little, influence in stopping them. They didn't really seem to have a huge reason for killing him. A guy called Ryan was the mastermind behind it all. It was all his thing. I guess he was just super manipulative. Allegra said in the trial, "I just wanted Ryan to love and trust me again." So, people who I thought I knew and thought were friends of myself and Matt, fuck you. Note: links to videos of the trial can be found in the description below. Hi guys, Lazy Masquerade here. Online gaming is a welcome escape from reality for millions of us, myself included. We can immerse ourselves in fascinating worlds, and play with like-minded people from across the globe. But things aren't always fun and games. And for some, the line between the real world and the virtual one becomes blurred. Here are 5 murders that took place due to online gaming. Zhu Kaoyuan and Cui Chengwei were 2 gamers from Shanghai, both heavily invested in the MMO Legend of Mir 3, an extremely popular game in China back in 2004. Chengwei had advanced further into the game, and had managed to get his hands on a very sought-after piece of loot, the Dragon Saber, an exceptionally rare and powerful weapon. Of course, Kaoyuan knew just how rare this weapon was, and asked his friend if he could borrow it in order to progress faster. Chengwei agreed to loan the weapon to him, and traded it with his character, knowing that the sword would help his friend. And it did, in a different way than he anticipated. Rather than use the sword to advance in the game, Kaoyuan instead sold the sword online to another player behind his friend's back for 7,200 yuan, roughly $870. This was obviously far from the perfect crime, however, and when Chengwei asked for his virtual sword back, he was furious to discover that his friend had sold it online. Kaoyuan must not have anticipated such a strong reaction, since he immediately offered to pay Chengwei the money he had made off the weapon. But by that point, it was too late. Chengwei was exceptionally angry at the loss of his sword, which he had spent so long working to acquire. He didn't want Kaoyuan's money. He wanted justice. He attempted to prosecute Kaoyuan for theft, but there was nothing that the police could do, since there were no laws that existed that protected virtual weapons. So, rather than accepting the money, Chengwei decided that his now ex-friend would instead pay with his life. He snuck into Kaoyuan's room in the middle of the night while he was asleep, and proceeded to viciously stab him multiple times in the chest, penetrating his heart and lungs. Kaoyuan was barely able to raise his hands in defense. He was 26 years old. Chengwei turned himself into the police only 2 hours later. He was sentenced to death with a 2-year reprieve, though with good behavior, this is expected to be downgraded to life in prison. Despite his extreme reaction, this case raises questions about virtual property in an age where many of us spend a large chunk of our everyday lives online. Indeed, in China, there are more and more cases involving the theft of in-game weapons, artifacts, and currency that take place in a number of massively multiplayer online role-playing games. Some argue that these in-game items should be protected by law since they require the investment of time, and in some instances money, to acquire. But others argue that they are merely data, not palpable, and not actual property. Another MMORPG that has been massively popular outside of Western Europe and North America is Lineage 2. In 2007, 2 Russian players fought one another in a planned duel, both representing their in-game clans. Albert, a 33-year-old man representing his clan, Platinum, which was made up of more mature players, lost in a battle against a 22-year-old from the Ku Klux Klan, or the CCC, a group comprised more of university students. The 2 clans had had a rivalry, ever since a group of Platinum players killed a member of the Ku Klux in an ambush. Platinum disagreed with the CCC's policy of player killing and ganking, and wanted to make an example of them. This planned duel between Albert and his nemesis from the CCC was meant to settle the score once and for all. Unsatisfied with losing in PvP, Albert challenged the other player to a real-life fight in person, in order to prove which clan was superior. Cheered on by their clanmates, the 2 met face to face in the city of Ufa, where a fistfight broke out that was so savage, it left Albert dead. According to reports, when he was arrested, the 22-year-old who killed Albert showed no signs of remorse, and calmly explained why Albert had to die. Even darker still, is that after Albert's death, other members of the CCC continued to harass his family, threatening to murder his sister, Albini. As she puts it, I think they have confused the game and reality, and after we buried him on December 31st, they continued to threaten us. Online gaming addiction affects many people, and is thankfully something that is being taken more and more seriously in recent years. For some people, the urge to play these games is so strong that it can lead them to do some truly abhorrent things. Such is the case of Dinh Thi Dan, a 13-year-old boy from the outskirts of Hanoi, Vietnam. Online gaming is extremely popular in Vietnam, with internet cafes being a popular hangout for teenagers. Like many of his peers, Dan was an avid player of World of Warcraft. The game has been extremely popular ever since its release, and is the most successful MMO of all time. Only problem is, it can be rather expensive. For the few amongst you who don't know, in order to play World of Warcraft you have to pay a monthly subscription, and for teenagers whose parents don't pay for them to play the game, maintaining an active WoW account can be a near impossible task. Dan himself had run out of money to fund his MMO addiction. The boy was willing to go to extreme lengths to get back online. His plan was to steal some money from an elderly woman, Mai Ti Mao, so that he could pay for another month's subscription. But Dan decided to take things a step further than that. When nobody else was around, he took a piece of rope and used it to strangle the elderly woman to death. He then stole 100,000 dong from her, which is roughly only $5 or $6 US. He then buried her body in a pile of sand, and combined the small amount of cash with some of his savings to reactivate his account. When arrested, Dan admitted to needing the money to fuel his addiction, and due to his age, was sent to a re-education camp, rather than a prison. Like many 16-year-old boys, Daniel Petrick from Wellington, Ohio, loved playing on Xbox Live. One game he loved above all others at the time was Halo 3, especially the online multiplayer. He had the chance to play it whilst at a friend's house, and he knew he had to buy a copy himself. But Daniel's parents didn't approve of his love for violent video games. His father, Mark, was a minister, and believed the game to be unsuitable for a 16-year-old, and as such, had forbidden his son from purchasing a copy. Despite this, he went against his parents' wishes and bought the game anyway, sometimes playing it for 18 hours a day. His parents inevitably found out that Daniel had gone behind their backs to purchase the game, and as such, confiscated it immediately. This didn't sit well with Daniel. He was tired of his controlling parents, and loved the game more than he loved them. He knew exactly where they were keeping the game, in a locked cabinet where his father also kept his gun. Knowing where the key was, it didn't take him long to get his hands on the game and the pistol. That evening, Daniel came into the living room where his parents were relaxing and uttered the haunting words, "Would you close your eyes? I have a surprise for you." They obliged. He then shot his father once in the head, and his mother multiple times all over her body. In an attempt to make the whole thing look like a murder-suicide, Daniel placed the gun in his father's hand. Little did Daniel know that he wouldn't be playing Halo again for a long, long time. Only a few minutes later, Daniel's sister and her boyfriend arrived at the house to enjoy a fun evening that Daniel's parents had planned. He hadn't anticipated this, and immediately tried to turn them away by saying that their parents had been fighting, and that now was not a good time. Unfortunately for Daniel, the two guests heard groaning coming from the living room. Their father had miraculously survived the shot to the head. His plan to get away with murder and play Halo 3 to his heart's content had been ruined. As his sister called the police, Daniel made a break for the family van with his copy of the game. He wasn't able to get very far before the police caught up with him.
When they pulled him from the van, the game was resting on the passenger's seat. Daniel escaped the death penalty due to his age, and was instead sentenced to life in prison, with parole available after 23 years. In 2014, 14-year-old Brett Bredner travelled from Surrey in the UK to a flat in Grays, Essex, to meet 19-year-old Lewis Danes. He told his family he was spending the night at a friend's house, when, in reality, the two had never seen each other in the flesh before. The pair had met whilst gaming online, and had bonded whilst chatting over TeamSpeak. They had, in Brett's mind, become close.
Don't you hate it when you just put something in your wardrobe and then 10 minutes later it's gone? Pesky Narnian fawns always stealing our socks. Well, that's basically what happens in Minecraft. The Ender chest is a type of container in Minecraft. Like the chest, it stores items, but unlike the chest, you can access those stored items from any Ender chest in the world. Let's start with the recipe, which involves obsidian and the Eye of Ender, thusly. When placed, you get access to whatever items you've placed in another Ender chest. So, I just placed something in this chest and I can take it out of this one. It makes for great storage across long distances, and if you have a lot of obsidian and eyes, then you can double your mining inventory. However, when you break an ender chest, you only get the obsidian back, so you either need a lot of eyes or a silk-touched pick to negate this. Also, carrying an ender chest can be a quick, if lazy, way to get home. Just place the chest, empty your inventory into it, jump into the nearest lava pool, and wake up with your stuff in your chest next to you. Ender chests can be used to make cool effects coming from the ground, as their particle effect shows through carpets and diagonally placed blocks. Click up here for a video about another creepy block, the dragon egg, and up here for the video on normal chests.
Where did Napoleon keep his armies? Up his sleeveys. Of course, all his other itemies were kept in his chesties. Okay, maybe I've gone a bit too far with this. Anyway, chests are blocks in Minecraft that can be used to store all your items. They're made using this recipe of wood, and can be placed on the ground and then right-clicked. When you open the chest, there's a space of 27 slots to place your items in, and
This video is all about the hopper. No, not like a rabbit, mainly because we couldn't find a rabbit. I had a hamster once, does that count? I guess not, seeing as it has absolutely nothing to do with the hopper. Now, the hopper is a block in Minecraft whose purpose is to move items in and out of containers. Added in the 1.5 redstone update, it has a recipe involving iron ingots and a chest, and works in a manner thusly. If you place it on top of a chest by shift-clicking onto that chest, it looks like it leads into that chest, and sure enough, unless powered by redstone, any materials that are in the hopper will trickle into the chest. You can place items into the hopper, or drop them on top of it for it to pick up like magic. If it's placed underneath a chest, it'll siphon off materials into it. If a hopper is placed above a minecart track, and a minecart with a chest comes along, it'll put an item into the chest. Imagine the possibilities for adventure maps and secret chests, or even just automatic mob farming. It's also possible to make a hopper in a minecart. To find out more about that, click up here, and to find out more about the redstone feature called the redstone block, click up here. What has two thumbs, a time machine, a compulsive need to lie at least once in a sentence, and a wish to tell you all about redstone blocks? That's right, this guy! Okay, here goes. I lied about the time machine, by the way. Redstone blocks are blocks in Minecraft that can act as a constant power source, much like the redstone torch. It's made using a solid crafting space full of redstone, and can, like all blocks, be placed. This is the first powered block, so you can use it as underwater powering, or just as an alternative to other power sources. However, this power source has a great unique function. It can be moved by piston. This means that you can switch the redstone block from place to place, maybe to power two circuits, maybe to turn a circuit on and off. This feature makes it great for adventure maps, and also as a delayless way to re-strengthen circuits with a setup like this one. Because this power source is itself a block, it will not power circuits through another block as other power sources will. Lastly, the redstone block is a compact way to transport lots of redstone, just like the iron, gold, diamond, lapis and emerald blocks. Click up here for the video about another redstone feature, the activator rail, and up here for the video all about the trapped chest.
Oh dear, well this is a video I've been dreading. I'm going to dive right in with it. Here goes. The comparator is a block in Minecraft that is used in various
Today I'm gonna be making an experiment on with the trap chest. Hopper. Yeah, it stays in the hopper.
Hello everyone, this is Mumbo here, welcome back, and today we're going to be taking a look at something absolutely amazing. Some would argue that this is groundbreaking. It is a new feature added into Minecraft, and it is the fact that hoppers can now add and remove items from ender chests. The number of possibilities for automation and item transfer are just too damn high. But first off, let's take a look at this. As you can see here inside my ender chest, I have got a bunch of items and they are traveling through this hopper and into this chest down at the bottom. Really, it is mind-blowing. So let's give this a quick tester. I'm going to dump a large number of items into this top chest, and you will see they flow out of the chest just as usual through our hopper and into our ender chest that you can
How do we know? Where do we go? Where are we going from here? How do we know? Where do we go? From here, don't let me go. Is it the calling we hear? How do we know? fall